Tick-tock, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood. With me now is the apostate, cowboy? Apostate cowboy?
Wait, cowboy is right here.
The apostate cowboy. Yeah. Can never have too
Well,
many cowboys.
You got that right. Got that right.
Yeah, and we set this up to go through Mohammed Hijab's great new case for Islam. But we are after we go through Mohammed Hijab's amazing and powerful case for Islam, we're going to check out the Muslim cowboy. I'm assuming that's why AP's got the cowboy hat on.
I am a cowboy. I'm not putting this on for somebody else.
This Muslim cowboy's in all kinds of trouble. He just deified. He already posted that one video on Twitter that one time saying, and if you do dua, Allah will do dua for you. It's like, that's praying, man. Allah's gonna pray for you. He's like, no, I mean it's clear. It's in the Quran. It says that Allah prays. They just they try to get around that, and he's just saying, yeah, Allah will do His dua for you.
Maybe what he was trying to say is that Allah will give you virgins that will look like Dua Lipa in heaven.
Something like that. But now he's he's saying that Allah prays, but now, as you've pointed out, AP, and as we'll go through here in a bit, he has deified both Jesus and Muhammad for himself.
Hey, yeah, it's not just Jesus; it's also Mohammed.
Yeah,
He said Jesus was the life and the way and the truth.
The way, the truth, and the life, which are variations of three of Allah's 99 names.
Now he says Mohammed is the way, the truth, and the life. Which that's
the
sure,
way,
boy.
The way, the truth, and the life.
Boy. Can't be saying that, Muslim cowboy.
The truth, Al-Haq. It's one of Allah's 99 names. The Muslim cowboy has declared that is actually Muhammad. Muhammad is Al-Haq. Muhammad is Al-Hadi.
Yep.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Anyway, so we got one important question here: Tyson Fury or Usyk? That fight's tomorrow. What planet are you on? This is the reunification. It's been over 2 decades since all the belts were united. It's about to happen tomorrow.
I don't follow volleyball.
You had all these big Russians and Ukrainians come out of nowhere, and then you had these Klitschko brothers each Klitschko brother had some of the belts, and they wouldn't fight each other, so the belts were separated for a long, long time. Different people had different belts. Now you've got Tyson Fury fighting a Ukrainian, and the belts are going to be united in Saudi Arabia. I would predict that Tyson Fury will win, although I have to say, sometimes Tyson Fury looks like he could be the greatest boxer in boxing history. And other times you wonder, what the heck, how's this dude, I've seen him get manhandled a couple times. He didn't lose, but I've seen him get manhandled a couple times, and you wonder what the heck is going on there. So, Fury is a bit unpredictable in his boxing game. Again, sometimes he comes out and he looks completely flawless for a guy his size. He's like 6'10", to be moving like he's a lightweight or a middleweight and so on. It's very difficult to hit. Super quick, can take a punch with the best of them, can get knocked out and jump right back up. It's amazing. And other times you'll see him beaten bloody, and you wonder how's this guy a champion? I don't know. But if I'm assuming he's been training hard, and that we're going to get the best of Tyson Fury tomorrow. If he's at his best, I say Tyson Fury. But Usyk's no joke, man. That dude's no joke. He manhandled Anthony Joshua, who's one of the best in the world. So anyway, this is a Ukrainian, and I never underestimate what I call resting crazy eyes. That dude just looks completely insane in his face. So you got to watch out for the guy. Look in the eyes. Resting crazy eyes. Anyway, that'll be tomorrow. We'll be watching, ladies and gentlemen. And when we go live tomorrow night, you will get some updated commentary.
I don't know. I don't really follow tennis closely, but from what it sounds like, that Tyson guy is like the is probably the winner. Yeah.
You heard it here, folks. You heard it here from the expert, and he's the one with the cowboy hat. Yeehaw!
Woohoo!
All right, so AP, did you watch? Wait, let's just go ahead and take these first couple of super chats real quick. There's only a couple, so we'll do that. Oh, and one's a super sticker from Solitary Emmy, which gives us the description: a Shiba dog clapping his hands. Have you guys seen the Yashai Flesher versus Norm on Pierce? No. You seen that?
I have only seen a minute or two of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I did want to watch it through because it seems a little bit interesting. But
Norm who?
I
Norm
haven't seen
Finkelstein?
Norm Finkelstein and Yisha Flasher. Yeah.
Norm Sitzpinklerstein.
Yeah. Norman Wrinklestein.
Watching this at my prom right now. Man, you need to be watching your date, not
Yeah.
us. Have you guys seen Destiny's debate on Breaking Point? Have you seen that?
What's Breaking Point?
Don't know. Have you seen Destiny's debate on Breaking Point? Yes or no?
I do not know. No, I haven't.
And I see some people in the chat who are rooting for Usyk.
You're sick.
That's the thing, Tyson Fury. He won the heavyweight championship of the world. He beat Klitschko, and then went completely crazy. Gained like 150 pounds and stuff. Went completely mental. Went off the deep end. Then, after years of being totally mental and drugged out, made a comeback. I have to say, I'm always rooting for a guy who comes back from massive mental health problems and so on. So, got to root for him. With that said, all the crap that Ukraine's been going through, it would be kind of cool to see Usyk win. So, I have to say, I'm probably going to be happy no matter how that fight turns out, as long as it's a good fight, and I anticipate it will be. All right, enough about boxing. This is about powerful arguments for al-Islam. So you haven't seen Destiny's debate on Breaking Point, nor do you know what it is.
Nope. But I've heard enough of ballet. Let's move on to the topic.
Hey, look at this. Minus Physia. Minus Physia für dich, du Sitzdisler. Wingeling for life. Yeah, gosh, you're lucky this is attached to a super chat. I'd be blocking you right now for saying some nonsense like wingling for life. You have to be open to refutation. If you adopt a horrible position, then you have to be ready to reject it. Character holding their head in their hand saying, "How's it going?" How come they don't just show us this super stick? I don't know. It's a weird program. Tyson Fury only weighed a pound when he was born. Yeah, that's actually cool. That's why his dad named him after Mike Tyson. It wasn't actually because he wanted his son to grow up and be the heavyweight boxer of the world. They'd had multiple premature births before. They died, and Tyson Fury, who's again like 6'9", 6'10", or whatever, when he was born, he was a pound, and they told his dad he's not going to make it, and he named him Tyson, saying he's a fighter. And then he survived, and then amazingly actually became heavyweight champion of the world. Pretty interesting stuff.
I was a baby when I was born.
Yeah, me too. So Tyson Fury ain't got nothing on us.
Yeah.
And then Zabiba is scientific proof of Allah, and cats won't walk on Quran, you see? Well, yes, cats not walking on the Quran is a miracle, but it's not the Zabiba, it's the Zabubas.
Well.
Zabubas are miracle. Hey, AP, do you know your one of your heroes, Richard Carrier, in his book Sense and Goodness Without God, which I wrote a review of called Good and Senseless Without God. But he actually makes an argument from big breasts in that book. He says, women who have large breasts can have back pain. Therefore, a good God would not create women with big breasts because it can lead to back pain. And therefore, big breasts are evidence against the existence of God. So Anyway, I quoted his argument and I said, here's a situation where some people can look at exactly the same evidence and come to the exact opposite conclusion.
Well, I must say,
The Zabubas are
lately,
the proof.
lately I was a little bit kind of on the path toward finally believing in God again. But after hearing that argument,
The powerful
that a
argument.
good God would never create big breasts because they would cause back pain, I
Hey,
just can't believe it anymore.
hey, little side note, and then we'll jump into our topic. We talked about we're going to be going somewhere and we're going to record an actual entire skit. So Vocab is going to be appearing as Prophet Muhammad at the scene after the battle. We're going to record the scene, ladies and gentlemen, after the Battle of Khaybar, when a Jewish woman whose entire family had just been slaughtered by Muhammad's companions offers to cook a delicious meal for Muhammad, and he gladly accepts because he was really hungry. And of course, she poisons him and so on. So we're actually going to record that entire. We're going to record that thing. AP, you said you want to be in it. You can pick any part
Yeah.
other. You can pick any part other than Muhammad, than Prophet Muhammad. Either you or I definitely have to be Bishr, the guy who died. So anyway, that is open to you. That's going to require lots of getting sick and rolling around on the ground and foaming at the mouth and turning actually green. So that's going to be fun. Oh, anyway, the other thing. Wait, what? I was talking about that because. Oh yeah. When you were saying I was just about to convert, I was thinking. So hey, while you're there, we can also record. We talked about re-recording my video with Nabil, where I'm a Christian preacher, and I'm quoting the Quran, but I make everything about Muslims. That in the Quran is about Jews and Christians. I make everything about Muslims, and the whole audience is enraged. And they're like, this is so hateful. And I say, but I'm not really a Christian. And I pull my wig off, and then it turned into Nabil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was a funny video. We titled it Islamophobia, and the video did not do well. And I didn't know enough about titles back then to know that Islamophobia is not a good title because the algorithm cannot figure that out. No one's ever going to search for that sort of title and so on. So anyway.
It's terrible. Yeah.
And that particular video, that was kind of a rushed script. I got the idea, and then me and Nabil were at a conference, and then I showed him. I said, "Hey, we should make a script about these verses where if a Christian were to say this about Muslims, people would say that's hate speech. But if a Muslim says it about Christians, they say, oh, well, that's so great." And then while I was speaking, Nabil went and turned those verses into a script. And right after I finished speaking, he says, "Hey, let's go ahead and record it." And I'm like, "No, I want to look at the script. I want to work on it, make it super funny." And he goes, "We've got an audience right now. We need an audience for this script, so let's record it right now." So anyway, we recorded it right then. But anyway, want to re-record that, but with Shake Your Booty. I pull off my wig and then shake your booty, and then we got Shake Your Booty spitting all those verses, and the crowd's going along. Anyway, you and me are also going to be in the audience watching this stuff, and I just, based on what you were just saying, I was about to become a Christian. I think it would be funny after the audience is flipping out on us for opposing what Shake Your Booty is saying. If you stand up and you're like, "Wow, I was just about to convert to Christianity, but now seeing Christians are the ones who are defending this nonsense. I don't know. How can you guys be the ones who think that you have the truth on your side when you're defending guys like this?" And so kind of make a point about all the Christians who are inviting this stuff into their churches.
That sounds quite interesting. Maybe we should, instead of talking about it, just do it.
We're going to do it. That's happening. That's happening this July. It's going to be.
Right now, man. Right now.
It's going to get done.
Right now.
We have Snite here. Thank you. No comment from Snite, but thank you. Rick Newton, a Muslim dies. He asks Alan for the 72 virgins. Alan points. The Muslim comes back and tells Alan there are only men there. Where are all the women? Alan says, "Who said anything about women?" That would be a pretty sick burn.
Good.
There are lots.
It's actually 72 versions. It's not virgins. Yeah.
72. I love you so much,
like
you guys.
You go to heaven, and then Allah will say, "Yes, you have become a martyr, and you died on the right path. I will now reward you with what you have been waiting for all your life." The 72 versions of the Quran.
72 space versions of the Quran. Kith here says, I love you so much. You guys have no idea. Never stop. We will never stop, never stopping.
I will
AP,
never.
why did you stop? Hey, you just had a comment saying never stop from Kith, and here you have David the Wingeling saying, AP, why did you stop making videos?
Well, you see here the negativity that comes right in here, right here. David the Wingling. What is this?
Yeah, guys, I can't speak for AP, but it's called creator burnout. Your brain actually fries. YouTube has the similar impact on your brain as cocaine, and it fries your brain over time. And it's like being on cocaine for 5-6 years straight, and then suddenly stopping, and then it's not in you, and it gets out of your system. Your brain is fried. And they actually have a name for it: creator burnout. I've been through it.
Maybe that's why I'm not making videos, because I'm doing cocaine every day. Maybe I should stop doing.
Yeah, you've replaced it. You found an easier way to get the same reaction. Can AP provide a better argument for atheism than Jordan Peterson? No, he can't, because there is none.
Yes. I must say I have a lot of respect for Jordan Peterson, but I always thought that on the whole, God, and what do you mean by God? On that whole front, he has been quite disappointing. That's like one of the places where he has been always disappointing, in my opinion. Because he has always avoided just saying directly what he thinks and what he believes, and feels like he doesn't want to upset people. I don't know.
Well, there you have it. AP likes Jordan Peterson as long as Jordan Peterson is saying stuff that AP agrees with. The moment he says anything else, no, I hate him. Death to him.
Yeah, there was one day I was watching a video by Jordan Peterson, and the entire video long he was talking about stuff that I agree with, and I was like, yeah, man, yeah, this guy, I love this guy. And then he brought up something about that I disagree with, and
I hate him.
I destroyed my computer, like right there. Yeah.
You heard it here, folks. AP equals fraud. Says he's anti-Turkey, but wants Kurdistan. Kurds have higher fertility. If the trajectory continues, Turkey will be Kurd. Real Turk haters reject separatism. Burn.
Wait, Turkey will be cured? Cured from what? What do you mean?
It's going to be Kurd.
Oh, Kurd. Yeah, I always have I have had this other suggestion for a long time now, and I talked about this last time as well, where the problem can be solved by just combining it and making it not a Turkish nor a Kurdish country, but making it a united country and calling it Turdistan or Turdi. You know, Turdistan is a great option. Then the nationality would be Turd. So somebody who is from Turdistan would be a Turd, and that would be a perfect solution to the whole conflict. It's neither K nor D, but it combines both of the names. This is actually something that they should be, consulting me over. But
this is one of the most offensive things I've ever heard in my entire life. Kazuhira in the chat says, what do you mean by does and God and exist? That does sound like Jordan Peterson a bit.
He actually did make he did give such a response. He was like, and I don't like that question. Do you believe in God? First off, what do you mean by do? What do you mean by you? What do you mean by believe?
Yeah, when people start talking like that, I'm always like, that everyone who was here in the 90s remembers Clinton, like, because they said he didn't do anything with the chick, and then he admitted he did, and then they're asking him questions, and then he came up as, anyway, at some point in all that, he goes, that all depends on what your definition of is. Like, what?
Yeah. He tried to do that whole thing. I didn't have sexual relations, and then it was like, oh, it wasn't for a specific purpose. It was for a different purpose. So I technically didn't lie when I said that. Mm-hmm. But of course, we're talking about the respectable, great Jordan Peterson, and David is here comparing Jordan Peterson to Bill Clinton. There you go. Mm-hmm. There you have it.
There you have it. Has apostasy laws gotten better or worse recently? You're going to have to, I mean, you've got laws in different parts of the Muslim world, so you're going to have to specify the country. The creepy part is instead of just Muslims wanting it to get better, you got all the Dawa guys saying, oh, yeah, we're going to be eating popcorn when we get to our Islamic state. We execute you all, yeah? And it's like, okay, so their goal is to actually make it worse. So, got to be on.
Yeah, they have been trying to find a cure, a medicine or something, but they haven't succeeded yet.
All right. All right, let me get through some of these real quick, and then we got to jump into this video. We got a video from Mohammed Hijab. It's going to be awesome. And guys, this is I've legitimately been wondering what arguments they have for Islam now, because they've rejected all their popular arguments. So I'll repeat that again here in a moment when we jump into the video. But I was actually wondering, since they've rejected so many of their arguments that were popular for the past several years, what are they even going to argue? We actually have our answer from Mohammed Hijab. Do my eyes deceive me? New Mojab content? Yes. He was on that show with those Turkish Russian dudes. AP, get a cowboy hat with the Israel colors and symbol on it and go by the moniker the Yehudi Cowboy. Oh, you should make responses to the Muslim cowboy as the Yehudi Cowboy. Plus, we all know there's no hope for the West. There's no hope for anything on AP's channel.
It's all doomed.
Yeah, that would.
I would do something like that, but I don't know.
Yes. Hey, we need to get one of our friends from Israel to send you a Israeli flag cowboy hat, Star of David cowboy hat. Cringe AP, Fedora Final Form AP, Blue AP, Benjamin Cohen's brother AP, new Cowboy AP. Oh, now Cowboy AP. How many are there? The AP cinematic universe is getting wild. Indeed, it is.
I should make a series with all of these characters appearing as different characters.
Did somebody say Muta marriage? From the cow. Indeed. Thou shalt not urinate. Thou shalt not urinate upon one another. It's not what we do. That's true. We need some commandments of how not to be like the Dawa guys. Thou shalt not urinate upon one another. What is the female version of Mojab's dirty tweet? Muslima wanting to bite a husband's balls, cherries to make him mahram. Imagine that as a Quran verse. How vile. That is a good point. Like, what would the female version be? So...
How about you suck my breasts?
For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, it was in the Quran at one point that if you're worried about your wife because she has to work around some guy who's not you, and you're wondering, you have to go away on business, you're worried about what your wife's going to do with this dude, just have her stick her breasts in his mouth 10 times. And that way there won't be any sexual tension between them and they won't commit adultery because he'll feel like her son after sucking on her breast repeatedly. Yes. And then they won't be turned on around each other after that dude sucks on those big zaboobas.
I'm glad you made that clarification after I just jumped right into saying that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm sorry, David. I want Fury to win, but he's been caught off guard too many times. 4 times versus Wilder and 1 versus Ngannou. You can't cut corners versus Usyk. That's pretty much exactly what I just said. When you see, I mean, when you see him at his best, he looks unbeatable. You see him other times and you're wondering, how is this guy a champion? He does seem to dial down to what he thinks his competition is going to be like. In other words, when he's fighting Klitschko, he's at the top of his game and he beats Klitschko. When he's fighting Wilder, he's at the top of his game somehow and he defeats Wilder. Then it's Ngannou in his first boxing match, and Ngannou just beat the crap out. Tyson Fury still won, but Ngannou was beating the crap out of him. There's no way a guy in his first boxing match should be doing that. And it was the same thing. He fought that German dude, Otto Valen or something. Otto Valen just beat him just completely bloody, even though Fury won again. So anyway, he seems to, maybe he just doesn't train as much if he thinks he's fighting an inferior boxer or something like that. But he's not, I don't think he's going to be cutting corners versus Usyk. But again, don't know what to expect with that dude. All right, we got more super chats, but we need to jump into this video. You ready, AP?
And here we are talking about volleyball again. Yes, I'm ready.
All right, so we are going to check out Mohammed Hijab's video. Okay, So this is from that channel Towards Eternity or something like that, and that's the one where they had Ali Dawa there, and he's spouting complete nonsense, but they act like they're asking tough questions. So Ali Dawa, tell us why Christianity is stupid and Islam is great. We're hitting you with these hard questions. And then they had Mohammed Hijab on for the same thing. Tell us, we're going to give you most powerful claims of Christians. So, if Jesus is born a virgin, this make him God. What is wrong with this airtight reasoning? But that would make Adam God too. Oh, you see, I've refuted it, right? So straw manning, actual Christian arguments, guys. We have a ton of arguments. It would be nice to see some actual answers to some of them on a show like that. But it was, what was interesting was after Hijab strawmanned basically all Christian arguments and made up a bunch of stuff. Then there's this section which we're about to watch. Mohammed Hijab, okay, Christianity dumb, but tell us why Islam is true. And I'm not joking, guys, completely sincerely. I had no clue what arguments they're going to use now. For years, their main arguments were perfect preservation of the Quran and the amazing scientific miracles in the Quran. Those were their top two. Now they regard those as bogus. They've been debunked, not according to us, according to them. I mean, according to us too, but even according to them. So when you say, hey, what are the arguments for Islam? And then you see Ali Dawa going, people, we don't need the arguments. People's going to convert because of our intolerance. Yeah, we're so intolerant. We're like the KKK and stuff. And so then people's going to convert because we're the intolerant ones here. Yeah. And it's like, okay, so if that's your new position, then you guys don't need arguments. You just need to show that you're completely intolerant, and that's going to somehow work for you. So I was wondering, like, what could these guys possibly say? But we have it here. AP, have you seen this, by the way? Have you seen this video?
Nope, I haven't seen a bit of it. I haven't seen a second of it.
AP has not seen this, ladies and gentlemen. AP has not seen this. So once he sees this powerful argumentation by Mohammed Hijab, it's possible that AP would actually convert back to Islam tonight, right in front of our faces, once he hears, because he's catching Mohammed Hijab's most powerful arguments for Islam. Are you ready?
Oh, no. I have to get ready for a conversion.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, we get that Christianity is wrong. So how do we know that Islam is right?
Did they computerize that guy's voice?
Why were you just doing that accent and the guy just has no accent at all?
The other guy does, and this guy does too. Do you think that's one of the computer-generated voices? Like they dubbed him with a computer-generated voice? This doesn't sound like the same guy. I mean, doesn't this sound like a computer-generated voice? Listen to this.
Okay, we get that Christianity is wrong. So how do we know that Islam is right? What is the proof of that?
There are many evidence.
It doesn't sound totally generated. It sounds to me voiceover, like somebody actually did a voiceover because the guy's accent is atrocious, or because he asked the question. I don't know. Whatever.
What do you guys think? AP says he thinks it sounds like voiceover because of the guy's accent. I say it sounds computer generated to me. It sounds like this is something you would type into a program and it would spit out what you're saying. Let me play that part one more time because I think that might be the only clip we've got of it. I don't know. Let's see.
Okay, we get that Christianity is wrong. So how do we know that Islam is right? What is the proof of that?
There are many evidences.
What is the proof of that? So we know that Islam is true and Christianity is false. But what arguments can you give to our questions?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what people say, but that would just be interesting. Of course, we know that I am right, so it's dubbed. It's a voiceover, definitely.
The kid in the chat says it sounds like a toaster coming to life. Yeah. And someone says it does sound like AI. NPC. Someone says dubbing. Could be a real person. AI voiceover. Yes, it is AI voice. Cheap AI, computer generated, computer chat program. So yeah, we have some people saying could be real voice, but looks like
the conclusion is, so the consensus seems like it's they say it's a voiceover. Yeah.
Nope, they're saying AI. Okay.
Well,
so
If you disregard those, then the consensus is voice
Back
over.
it, back it up one more time so we understand the question. His question is, okay, so we get that Christianity is wrong based on you responding to the arguments we make up for Christians. Now that we know Christianity is wrong, tell us why we should all convert to Islam.
Okay, we get that Christianity is wrong, so how do we know that Islam is right? What is the proof of that?
Got that, guys? What's the proof of Islam? That's the question. And then hijab starts. There are many evidences to show that Islam is true. We'll just play them one at a time, and then we will give our thoughts. And again, this is AP's first exposure to this powerful new case for Islam.
First time.
You ready, AP?
Yes.
I see you got your yarmulke on. That'll give you some protection so that your mind will not be blown out of the back of your head. You have some covering to help you. Okay.
That's why I'm wearing.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Evidences to show that Islam is true. One of them is just a basic belief system in the theology, which is believing in worshiping.
Let me back that up just so no one can say that I interrupted.
What is the proof of that?
There are many evidences to show that Islam is true. One of them is just a basic belief system in the theology, which is believing in worshiping in one God. Already when you believe in that, it sieves all of the other major world religions, because the way in which there's respectable monotheism, believing in one God, is the most consistent and best explanation with the highest explanatory and justifiable scope. That explains, number one, our existence, number two, the purpose of life. So the idea of Tawheed is actually the strongest evidence, number one. Number two,
I don't
That
even
was one.
understand.
That was he led out with that one. Monotheism. That is the proof of Islam.
This guy is supposed to be an expert in comparative religion and philosophy, and he actually led with this. This is wow. I don't know what to say anymore. Hearing this it's like one of the dumbest thoughts ever
Mm-hmm.
put into nice sounding words
Yeah.
and put on the table. It's like, hey, look at this. This is the best food you will ever experience. And so I put on a nice plate, put in front of you with some I don't know, on a good looking table, but it's just toast. It's just a regular toast. That's what it is, and a badly made toast as well. It's burnt. It's burned. It has nothing in it. That's what it is. It's such a horribly stupid argument, and he's actually presenting it because of his speech, because of the way he speaks. He's presenting it as if it was something fantastic, something great. It is not only factually wrong, it's false. It's also you can't give this as an argument or as a reason why Islam is true, or let alone as proof why Islam is true.
Yeah, so I assume hijab is thinking something like this, that we can offer philosophical arguments for why there is one God, and Muhammad said there's one God, therefore Muhammad is a prophet. Guys, one quick way to test whether a Muslim takes this argument seriously, say, okay, Mirza Ghulam Ahmed said there's one God, you believe in him? Or you can make it very simple. Say, okay, I say right now, I'm a prophet, and I'm saying that there's only one God, and we have to worship one God alone, and I'm his prophet. Are you going to believe me? And the response is going to be, of course we don't believe you, because that will contradict Muhammad. Is aha. So proclaiming belief in one God is not the criterion. Muhammad is somehow the criterion. And if someone else claimed, I'm a prophet because I'm saying there's one God, not only would you not believe that man as a prophet just because he says there's one God, you would not consider it any evidence whatsoever. In other words, if I said, hey, I'm a true prophet right now, I'm a true prophet and I say there's one God, we all need to worship that one God. How much evidence would Mohammed Hijab, Ali Dawa, any of these guys think that is for me being a prophet? The answer is absolutely none. They would not think that is any evidence that I'm a true prophet. They would not think that Mirza Ghulam Ahmed saying there's one God is even slight evidence that they should believe in Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. They would not think it's evidence of anything. So how, when you're talking about Muhammad, does this suddenly become proof of Islam? How? How does it do that? And I think one of the ongoing rules is anything you could say about Muhammad is just somehow complete proof. And even if you could say it about another person or say it in a much higher degree about another person, it's just no proof at all. It's just somehow anything about Muhammad is proof that he's a prophet. You say, oh, hey, Muhammad likes shawarma. That's proof. That's proof he liked this great thing. Oh my goodness. Well, AP likes shawarma too. That's no proof. It's no evidence of any kind. That's what we're dealing with here, guys. Islam says one God, therefore Islam is true. Okay, well, Judaism's true, Christianity's true, bunch of things are true. Everyone says no, but they get this wrong, they get that right. Okay, well, what are you getting right? What are you getting right that means it's from God? All you said was one God. That's the proof. This is stupid. That was his go-to. That was his number one. It's all downhill from here. That was his number one.
You would have to expand on this so much. You would have to explain why this has to be true. You would have to explain why this must be true, why this is true, and why this serves as proof that Islam is true. You would have to explain. Let's assume, for example, that there is indeed one God, and that all humans depend on that one God. Why does it have to be the way Muslims present it? Why does it have to be the way Mohammed Hijab here presents it? For example, if I now asked as a follow-up question, okay, let's say there is one God. Why is it required of me to believe in that one God and to follow the laws of that one God and to follow this specific religion? He would then have to explain to me why that should be the case, but it would have nothing to do with this argument anymore, with this proof anymore, which means that this argument alone, it just serves no purpose at all. It is not proof for the truth of Islam. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's just pathetic. So guys, I mean, you know what this is? I'm trying to think if this is Mott and Bailey fallacy, right? Islam is kind of a package deal, and it's this big religion. They say, hey, defend this big religion, then so the Mott and Bailey fallacy, again, is where you have this big thing, this big claim that you're making, and that you act like you're defending. But then when that gets challenged, you kind of retreat to a little tower that is much easier to defend. And then you say, that's all I'm defending, right? So the reason this came up is hijab I think it was on the Pierce. Was it on Pierce Morgan? It was in some interview, and yeah, I think it was using it there. He explained it incorrectly and he used it incorrectly. But I pointed out that you could use that if you're criticizing what Israel is doing, and you criticize, hey, look at all this stuff they're doing, and look at all this stuff, and all you say, hey, I'm just saying they have a right to defend themselves. Okay, well that wasn't what you were challenged on. Your challenge on, is this the way to go about defending yourself? And then if you challenge what they're doing, you say, hey, I'm just saying they have a right to defend themselves. Okay, I pointed out that could be. You'd have to ask them to explain more and so on. But that could be an example of the Mott and Bailey fallacy. Well, so is, hey, why is Islam true? In other words, why are you taking the Hajj and walking circles around this big cube? Why are you kissing that black stone? Why are you defending child marriage? Why are you doing all these things and idolizing this guy, Muhammad? Why are you doing? Oh, because one God. Okay, well, it sounds like you're just retreating into a little, because just monotheism. Islam is not just monotheism. And something isn't true just because it teaches monotheism. You'd have to show that Muhammad, who basically cobbled together his entire religion from everything that was around him at the time, and belief in one God is something he cobbled together from the Jews and the Christians in his area. He took a bunch of other stuff from a bunch of other sources. That's why you ended up with all these pagan practices in Islam. How is this guy saying one God? How is that proof of the religion, the total package deal? And it's not. It's a bad argument. It's a terrible argument. It's the dumbest. It's one of the dumbest things ever. And the fact that this is what they're going to now that they don't have their scientific miracles or their perfect preservation of the Quran, looking pretty sad. Because keep in mind, guys, these are the guys who are trying to subjugate the world for this, right? We're so strong, we're going to subjugate the world, and we're going to put to death anyone who leaves us, and so on. So, okay, you better have some really good, if you're actually going to go putting mass numbers of people to death over this stuff and like declaring wars over this stuff, you better have some good evidence that guy you're following is a true prophet. What's your evidence? We said one God. Okay, well, so that guy over here said, I say there's one God. So does that make me a prophet? No, because you're Christian. Oh, so it's not just saying one God. There's all this other stuff that would have to be evidence. Okay, we're asking what's the evidence for Muhammad. So you guys agree saying one God is no evidence of any kind, and yet when we ask why we should believe in Muhammad, that's what you go to. You say, oh, he said one God. He said one God, so that makes him a prophet. Does that make anyone after Muhammad a prophet? You're talking billions of people after Muhammad have said that there's one God, including people who claim to be prophets after Muhammad have said there's one God. Is that any evidence that any of these guys are a prophet? No, zero. Okay, why is it evidence for Muhammad? Because you have no evidence from Muhammad and you guys just cling to anything and it's pathetic.
On the most basic level, this is it's a non sequitur, isn't it? It's like, because it doesn't follow at all. It's
Yep.
He's saying, well, the proof, one of the main proofs that Islam is true is that there is one God, and Islam says there is one God. So Islam says there is one God, but there is one God. That is true. We know that is true. And Islam says there is one God, therefore Islam is true. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't follow.
Yeah, if you wanted to state this in logical form, you could see the problem. And guys, that's a good habit to get into. When someone gives an argument, think about how you would put this as like a syllogism or some other form of argument. How would you actually put this in argument form? And then you can spot where the flaw is. So if you were to put this in logical form, it would be, if a religion claims that there is one God, then that religion is true. Or if a man claims to be a prophet and he says that there's only one God, then he's a true prophet. Premise 2, Muhammad said that there's only one God. Conclusion, therefore, Muhammad's a prophet. What would the flaw be? The flaw would be in premise 1. If someone claims there's one God, he must be a true prophet. Does Mohammed Hijab actually believe that that's a true premise? No. So it's not a flaw in the logic once you put it in that form. So you could get away from a logical fallacy by putting it in that form. But then you're stuck with there being a false premise, a completely false premise that even these guys would not defend as a true premise. So Mohammed Hijab just used an argument which you can either say is a non sequitur because the conclusion doesn't follow, or if you wanted to put it in actual logical form where you could come up with a valid argument form, you end up with a false premise that even he would acknowledge as a false premise. He would not say that if someone claims there's one God, that person's a prophet. He would not say that. He would, in fact, you could point to all kinds of people who've claimed to be prophets who said there's one God. He would reject every last one of them. So it's not a criterion at all. And yet he just said it is. Why? Because this is just what you have to do in Islam. If you have no actual arguments or evidence anymore, because the only arguments you've been using were exposed and debunked, and now you reject them, you just have to make stuff up.
And we both know what he would do if we actually challenged him on this. He would either start insulting and say, "Oh, you've been humiliated. Why you
have to fight me, AP? You have to fight me in a
how about come here? How about get in a ring and we'll humiliate you even more?
Fight me in a cage match first, then I'll respond."
Or he would try to catch something that you said, like a word that you said completely irrelevant to the discussion, then try to turn to the audience and say, "Oh, look at this." This is why this guy is so weak, so incredibly weak when it comes to actual arguments, which is why he always relies on being loud and all that.
And the awesome part is this is pretty much the best they've got right now. This is pretty much the best Dawa guy they've got right now. And this is what you see from him. A completely stupid, ridiculous argument that any person on the planet who is not just mindlessly agreeing with him would see is a stupid, stupid argument. Yeah. I mean, just imagine this. Just imagine, guys, just imagine this from being used by anyone else. If you said, David, how can you believe that Jesus is who he claimed to be and that he preached the truth? David, why should anyone convert to Christianity? I say, well, Jesus said there's one God. So you should convert to Christianity. He said one God. That's why you should convert.
You see?
I would be shocked if anyone in the world would be stupid enough to convert based on that sort of argument. And yet that was his go-to. That was his go-to number one argument right there. Wow. But it's about to get even better, ladies and gentlemen. He's about to have a much better argument. We'll do a couple super chats real quick, and then we'll go to his second argument, which I'm just joking. I can't say that it's more powerful. It's going to be way more fun though. Let's just say that it's a
It's going
more
to be
fun
worse.
argument. It's going to be a fun. It's going to be a worse argument. If you thought number 1 was bad, number 2 is even worse, and we can actually call this number 2. This whole argument is number 2. He even starts it off by saying number 2. How did Muhammad find the camel in the desert? Very satisfying. I should go. I saved your back. Nice one. I heard that the Quran came out in 1920s. Is it true? So brave and stunning. The Quran came out in 1920s. Is it true?
What's
So
with
brave?
these jokes?
Yeah, I know. We're getting all these weird jokes. Yeah, guys, it's actually true. The Quran that Muslims thought is the only Quran that actually came out in 1924. This is the 100th anniversary year. We're gonna have an actual birthday party for the 1924 Cairo edition of the Quran this summer. And somehow Muslims decide, hey, we're going to put together an official version, and we're going to make this, we're going to try and get this, get everyone on the same page about this. And then once they do, everyone goes, hey, see, there's only one Quran. It's only ever been one Quran. You see?
You see?
And they make something up.
This is the proof.
It's the proof. Hello, Dave and AP. First, Jordan Peterson is a joke. He preached good for whoever praises him. Hey, D Wood.
How dare you?
Do you have a channel where one can see all your Act 17 apologetics videos? I need to listen to all of them. Well, there are archive channels for that. But no one's going to take you seriously when you say Jordan Peterson is a joke. You can disagree with some of what he said. The man's not a joke. AP, do you think he's a joke?
Well, he's a joke when we when we impersonate him. But other than that, he's not a joke. I wouldn't say that he's a joke. I did have some harsh words about him in the past, which I still somewhat maintain, because I think he's very irresponsible and very a little bit ignorant when it comes to Islam, for example. But even there's actually some evidence to disagree here. After inviting Muslims on, after inviting Mohammed Hijab on and others on, and being praised to no end by Muslims, he did publicly say in an interview, in a different discussion, he did bash Islam a little bit, and
I don't buy your Allah. We have that in the chat.
Misogynistic and this and that, and said, I don't buy your Allah.
Yeah.
How about no? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a difference, ladies and gentlemen, between us saying there are all kinds of things that he might say that we would disagree with, kinds of things that he's said in the past, things that we've made fun of him for. I mean, we made fun of him for saying, thinking that he can solve the rift between Sunnis and Shias and Muslims and Christians and Muslims and Jews by saying, get a pen pal, like he was offering some great insight there. So we thought that was completely ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
With that said, it's a smart man and a pretty important figure. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, I made a custom magic deck that's Bible themed. I'm excited to begin with my logical fallacy themed deck. Also, I made a dumb Muhammad Hijab card. That's what you need with one of those Logic the Gathering decks. You need a Muhammad Hijab card. You need an Ali Dawah card. And the Muhammad Hijab card or the Ali Dawah card should be some sort of card where you know what's going to come out as one of like 6 other different fallacies or something like that, or just flat out lying. Or that could just be a lying card where it's not even it doesn't even have to be a fallacy. It's just nope, it's a lie.
I was thinking recently, this is actually funny because I feel like I have been kind of passively thinking about this without collecting this whole thought, but it would be very fun to sit down and actually analyze these famous Muslim apologists and identify which fallacy each one of them prominently uses again and again. And I can think immediately, Daniel Kikuchu, he would be using the false choice or false dilemma.
Yeah.
He does it all the time.
Exactly what I was thinking. Oh, you don't agree with this? Well, it's either this or this other thing. Which is it? Oh, you don't want us. You're saying it's a problem that we allow little girls to go to. I mean, we won't let girls go to school. You think that's a problem? Well, the alternative is all girls go to OnlyFans and just do OnlyFans. What? Take your pick. Take your pick. It's one or the other. Those are the only two picks. The only two choices. It's either all girls on OnlyFans or no education at all and. Constant.
You will have Islam, or you will have a bunch of single moms giving birth to sick kids, and they will all end up dying
and
of
eating
heroin
bug
overdose
paste and
in
eating
public
bug
toilets.
paste.
Right.
He does that all the time. Oh, if you don't agree with us, then you're going to be atheist eating bug paste. He says that. I've heard him say that over and over again, and I haven't even watched much Daniel Akikachu, but I've seen him say that over and over again. Yeah. So yeah, there can be go-to moves of each guy that are the most common things. But yeah, that would be very, very helpful.
Yes.
David, would you use Greg Koukl's tactics with talking to people about God instead of sharing the gospel? You just put a stone in their shoes. Yes, totally. Greg Koukl's tactics, very important stuff. So Greg draws a distinction between he goes to a passage in order to illustrate his point, but it's the story of the woman at the well, and so there's this woman who would have been kind of a social outcast, but Jesus is talking to her. He's talking to her, and he tells her all this stuff that she's done, and he's still talking to her. He knows all the stuff that would make her a social outcast and stuff. Anyway, this woman leaves, and she goes out there. She goes back home, and she says, "Guys, there's this prophet over here just told me everything I've ever done. Could he be someone special?" All the people go out, and then Jesus points out that the disciples actually have the easy job right now of preaching the gospel to these people. And he says, other people kind of prepared them. Other people prepared them to receive this message. You guys just get to preach the message. And he says, so you got the people who are sowing and the people who are reaping. And he's drawing a distinction. And Koukl's point in tactics is Christianity just became obsessed with the reaping part. You just want to preach the gospel and have someone say yes or no, and not the actual like preparation work. And so yeah, he's got perfectly valid point. But I'll be having. I've had Greg on with me before, and I know Greg. We'll get him on because he's got a new book called Street Smarts, where he actually he applies his approach to a bunch of different issues that are important in the world today, including occasionally a little bit of Islam.
Yeah, I would just say don't put stones in people's shoes. It's kind of rude.
Well, it's to annoy them. Sometimes people need to be annoyed. You can't just tickle people's ears all day, AP. I want to thank you guys for the work y'all do. God bless you, David, and much love to you, AP.
Oh, thank you.
I hope you do a live stream with Traveling Israel. He has over 300,000 subs and critiques the Islamic aspects of this conflict. Would love to see it. Hey, you familiar with he talks about the Islamic aspects of this, AP? Because if so, we should be doing something with it.
I know that he has been making. So prior to all of this, he was just some guy who was making videos about, traveling in Israel and how things in Israel are. Since October 7, he, like many others, switched over to talking about the conflict and everything behind it. But I didn't know that he actually talked about the Islamic aspect. That would be very interesting to have a conversation.
Yeah, hey, Random OK, if you know which video you're thinking of that you've seen where he's talking about that, send it to one of us at some point. We'd be interested in checking that out. All right, we got more super chats, but let's continue because we want Mohammed Hijab to give all of his most powerful arguments. So guys, if you're just tuning in, his first argument was he's asked why Islam is true. Why is Islam true? How do we know that Islam is true? His first argument was monotheism. Well, Islam teaches monotheism, therefore it's true.
Therefore, Islam is true. Okay.
Which we thought was one of the dumbest arguments in the history of humanity. And that was his go-to. But now, I told you, he's going to offer another argument. I can't say that it's better. In fact, it's way, way worse and even dumber, but way more fun. It's going to be way more fun. All right, you ready for this, AP?
Yes.
Let me back this up because I do not want to miss 1 second of this awesome, awesome argument. Okay, so actually, did he say that this is the strongest evidence? for number one? So the idea, this explains number one, our existence. Number two, the purpose of life. So the idea of Tawheed is actually the strongest evidence. So he called Islamic Tawheed the strongest evidence that Islam is true. Ask him about anyone who preached monotheism after Muhammad. Is that any evidence that any of these guys are a true prophet? No, none. That's what you find. Anything that you could say about Muhammad is conclusive proof that he's a prophet. Anything else, even if you could say it about anyone else in the world, it would be no proof at all. This is Islamic dawah, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute nonsense. But here we go. AP, you ready for this?
Yes.
Are you ready for Mohammed Hijab's powerful number two argument?
No.
This argument is number two. 100% number two. Powerful argument. Here we go.
Number one. Number two, look at the character and the prophet of the Prophet ﷺ. When you look at his life, you realize that the man was authentic through and through. And so when you start to realize that this was the receptacle of the message of Islam, the final message, that itself acts as evidence. But then you have so many different things.
Okay, now he's going on to other points. Let me back that up. That was his number two. So his number one is one God. This is the proof that Islam is true. His number two, go-to argument. He's saying there's so many proofs of Islam. And again, guys, I was wondering, once they dropped the scientific miracles argument, once they dropped the perfect preservation argument, I was actually wondering, what arguments would they use? What would they use? And here you have it. One God, that's the proof. Would this be proof of anyone else? Mohammed Hijab. Would this be proof of any other religion? Would this be proof of anyone else in history? Would saying one God be proof of anything ever? No, nowhere. Except in this one God. Muhammad said one God. Therefore, this is conclusive proof that Muhammad's a prophet. And so that we have that. And then we have, I'll just replay it, his case about Muhammad's character. Yes, you heard that correctly. He's using Muhammad's character as proof that he's a prophet. Here we go. Let's see it one more time, because I want everyone to know this is actually what he's claiming.
As evidence. Number one. Number two, look at the character and the prophet of the Prophet ﷺ. When you look at his life, you realize that the man was authentic through and through. And so when you start to realize that this was the receptacle of the message of Islam, the final message, that itself acts as evidence. But then you have so
that Muhammad's character shows that he was authentic through and through. And when he's the receptacle of a religion, this would mean that you can know that his religion is true. You heard that correctly.
I must apologize to people. In the recent past, during a live stream that we were having here, I briefly, as we were talking about religion, about belief and disbelief, and apologists and thinkers, I briefly referred to C.S. Lewis as not so great. I must now apologize very, very sincerely, because this immediately makes me think of one of the things of C.S. Lewis, one of his arguments, one of his very lengthy arguments. The whole, you know what I'm talking about, the Lord, liar, or lunatic argument, which he crafts and goes into and battles and explains in length. I personally do not think that it is very convincing. However, it is very solidly laid out and gone through in a very, very good way. And the issue is, when Mohammed Hijab now sits here and says, Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad, he had excellent character, therefore this is proof that Islam is true. Okay. I immediately think of the contrast here, the comparison between this approach, which is a very typical Islamic approach, and then the other approach, which is to analyze Jesus, for example, and then figure out, okay, could it be that he was a liar? Could it be that he was crazy? Could it be that he was or is he eventually Lord? You could do the very same thing with Muhammad, for example. Even if we assumed, for the sake of the argument, that Muhammad was actually a great guy, a fantastic guy of great moral character, we could still sit down and say, okay, but does this really mean that he is a prophet, that he's a true prophet? Or could it be that he genuinely believed in everything he said, but he had mental problems, for example.
Mm-hmm.
How can we rule that out? If we somehow found that he actually had mental problems, and that much of the stuff that he was saying was because of mental problems, and that he was crazy, then don't we have to revisit and rethink our whole conclusion that he is actually a true prophet? So how can you just say, oh, his excellent character, great morality, therefore truth? You could then apply this same logic for every single person out there who makes big claims and seems to have a good character. It's just ridiculous. You don't get anywhere with this. This is not proof. This is Islamic proof, because Islam is, when it comes to the depths and the advancement of the intellect, Islam is at the very, very bottom. It appeals to stupidity. So by Islamic standards, yes, this is maybe proof, but by by non-Islamic standards, it's definitely not.
Muhammad's character. AP, seriously, I'm trying to think, I'm totally serious here. What could you say in defense of Muhammad's character? In other words, if Mohammed Hijab were here and we said, hey, what are you actually talking about with his character? That means that he must be a prophet. His character is so amazing, you can trust him when he claims to be a prophet. What are you basing that on? It's going to have to be something like, oh, but he said, help take care of orphans and widows. And we'd be at the same thing we were with for the monotheism argument. Okay, what about these millions and millions of other people who said, take care of orphans and widows? What about those? Is that any evidence that they're prophets? No, zero. What about this guy who claims to be a prophet and he also emphasized helping orphans and widows? Is that guy a prophet? No. Well, how much evidence is that guy doing that nice thing? How much evidence is it that he's a prophet? Zero. Okay, well, when Muhammad says help orphans and widows, what kind of evidence is that? It's conclusive proof that he's a prophet. There's the only possible explanation. This is insane, guys. This is the best dawah guy they've got. This is insane. This is like idiotic. I'm trying to think of any, because keep in mind, you can have like a dumb atheist, a dumb Christian giving dumb arguments and so on. You can have random people. I can't think of any position that has like as their champions, as the heroes of their ideology, people who would say such insanely stupid things as this. Not atheists, not anyone, not Jehovah's Witnesses, not Mormons. No, I can't think of anyone who has at the top level of their defense of their position such silly nonsense. Muhammad's character proves that he's a prophet. Really? What could you point to in the character? Name anything you could point to in the character of Muhammad that would be proof that he's a prophet that you could not say about other people in a much higher degree. And you would not consider that any proof that they're a prophet, that they're prophets.
He liked cats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yes, he said, don't chop down these trees. Muslims will do that. You've seen those videos. He said, don't chop down those trees. Of course, in this other thing, he chopped down the trees and stuff. But over here, he said, don't harm those trees. How is this possible for anyone to say something like that if he's not a prophet? They actually say this nonsense.
It's so funny because it reminds me of the joke, "Oh, Hitler liked dogs," except that Muslims are actually serious.
Yeah,
like,
they're actually serious when they say, yeah, it's a joke when you say it about someone else. It's proof when you're talking about them. Okay, let's talk about a couple issues, AP. Here, let's start with the obvious. This is Sahih al-Bukhari. Notice the chapter heading, ladies and gentlemen. Giving one's young children in marriage is permissible. You got the Muslim cowboy. It's not children. They're not children. They're women. Okay, well, your own sources call them children and immature and prepubescent and so on. But the chapter heading, giving one's young children in marriage is permissible. How could Muhammad have known this? Well, by virtue of the statement of Allah. And for those who have no monthly courses, i.e. they are still immature, so these are prepubescent. These are girls who don't have a monthly menstrual cycle yet. And the iddah for the girl before puberty is 3 months in the above verse. This is talking about the waiting period after you have married, had sex with, and you're divorcing a girl. How long does she have to wait before she can have sex with the next guy who marries her? And it's giving rules for marrying, having sex with, divorcing, and then the girl getting remarried and having sex with another guy. What's the waiting period? And it's specifically talking about a girl before puberty. So prepubescent girls. Muslim Cowboy says, oh, she's prepubescent. She's still a full-grown woman. 5133, and then as the example of this, 5133, narrated Aisha that the Prophet wrote the marriage contract with her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old, and then she remained with him for 9 years, i.e. till his death. So, according to Mohammed Hijab, Muhammad must be a prophet because of his character. And one of the most glaring aspects of his character is that he had sex with a prepubescent 9-year-old girl and told his followers they can do the same. They get to do the same thing. Prepubescent girls. It's Surah 65, verse 4. It's actually quoted right there. All right, AP, do you regard this as a powerful evidence that Muhammad is a true prophet?
Yeah, I would say it's probably one of the best, most powerful arguments ever.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like, I think, how could anyone say that he's going to have sex with a 9-year-old girl unless he's a true prophet? I mean, this is the proof. This is the proof, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we've got that.
How did he know back then that having sex with little children?
Yes, how would he know that that's so good? How would
This
he
is the
know?
proof.
How would he know it's so powerful and wonderful? Surely he must be a true prophet. Let's look at another example. This is Sunan an-Nasai 34:11, ladies and gentlemen, because Hijab is saying that his character is so great that it would make you trust him. It would make you trust what he says. I look at the exact same evidence and I conclude this is the last guy I would ever trust, ever in history. You could line up every person who's ever existed for all of history. At the people I would trust least are Muhammad and the Dawah guys. That's it. Those are the people I would trust least because of their character. And that's something to consider, ladies and gentlemen. What does Hijab do whenever he speaks? He lies. And he's telling people this is why you should believe in Islam because of these powerful arguments that are all based on lies. All right, Sunan an-Nasai 34:11. Tell me if this is someone you would trust, ladies and gentlemen. Matter of fact, maybe we should do a little poll after this. We're going to do a little poll, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to read through these 3 passages. Then we're going to have a nice little poll.
Yes.
On whether you would trust Muhammad based on these teachings.
And those who say I don't trust will be executed.
Yes. By Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah. Sunan an-Nasai 34:11. It was narrated from Anas that the Messenger of Allah had a female slave with whom he had intercourse. But Aisha and Hafsa would not leave him alone until he said that she was forbidden for him. Then Allah, the Mighty and Sublime, revealed, O Prophet, why do you forbid for yourself that which Allah has allowed to you? Until the end of the verse.
You see, this is the proof.
We want the historical background here, everyone. It was narrated from Anas. The Messenger of Allah had a female slave. That's Mary the Copt. Mary the Copt is what this is about. With whom he had intercourse. Is what? The problem was not Muhammad having intercourse. They knew that was perfectly acceptable because Muhammad, whose religion is true because of his character, allowed his followers to take women and girls as sex slaves. That wasn't the issue. The issue was he got caught in Hafsa's bed. Hafsa's out running errands. Muhammad grabs his slave girl, goes to Hafsa's bed, has sex with Mary the Copt in Hafsa's bed. That's what they had a problem with. How dare you do this in the beds of your other wives? You've got wives, and you're sitting here with your slave girl in my bed, with her sweating and you sweating and getting your fluids all over my bed. She's actually ticked off about this. Let's read. So that's Sunan on the side. It's a Sahih narration. This is
You could have
tafsir.
just said,
What's that?
wasn't me.
Wasn't me. That would be fun. Oh, we should make a parody of that song, dude. We should make a parody of that song.
We should.
That's the thing. You can use people's beats and so on if you're making a parody. If you're making a parody
Yes.
version of it,
Yes.
we might need to do that. So this is Tafsir Jalalain, one of the most respected commentaries of all time. O Prophet, so this is the commentary on a passage we're about to read in the Quran. O Prophet, why do you prohibit what God has made lawful for you in terms of your Coptic handmaiden Maria, when he lay with her in the house of Hafsa, who had been away, but who, upon returning and finding out, became upset by the fact that this had taken place in her own house and on her own bed, by saying, she is unlawful for me, seeking by making her unlawful for you to please your wives, and God is forgiving, merciful, having forgiven you this prohibition. Guys, here's what happens. Muhammad is at Hafsa's house. Hafsa goes out to run some errands. Muhammad grabs one of his slave girls, has sex with her in Hafsa's bed. Hafsa comes back a little early, catches Muhammad boning his slave girl in Hafsa's bed. Muhammad says, whatever you do, just don't tell Aisha. Hafsa instantly goes and tells Aisha. And then they come back, they're harassing him. What is this? You're having sex with a slave girl in our beds? What kind of freaking pervert are you? You've got 9 wives. Are we not enough? And then if you want your slave girls, that's on you. But seriously, doing it in our beds? And then Muhammad takes an oath. He says, I swear by Allah, I will never have sex with this girl again. She's unlawful for me. She's forbidden. She's haram. He's trying to make his wives happy. Yes, I did it. I will never do it again. I will never have sex with that woman again, ever. And that calmed the wives down. But then what happened? Allah told him to go ahead and break his oath. Here we have it. The opening verses of Surah 66 of the Quran. Verse 1, O Prophet, why do you forbid for yourself that which Allah has allowed to you? Seeking to please your wives, and Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. So, Muhammad tells his wives, I swear by Allah, I will never have sex with that woman again. Allah comes in. Hey, Muhammad, what are you doing? What are you doing saying that you're not going to have sex with that hot young sex slave you've got there? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? And Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. Oft forgiving of what? Of Muhammad's oath. Verse 2, Allah has already ordained for you, O men, the absolution from your oaths. You can break your oaths. You can say, I swear by Allah, the creator of the universe, I will never do this. And Allah says, go ahead and break your oaths. I grant you absolution from your oaths. What?
There was a funny way of telling the story. If Allah comes in and says, Muhammad, what are you doing?
What are you doing? What's wrong with you? What are you, stupid? I tell you can bang all your slave girls and you're like, no, I'm not going to do it. What's wrong with you? Take back your oath, son.
Of course, we know that Allah was in his head here in one way or the other.
This is, yeah, one way or another. But guys, think about this. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and finish reading the passage. Allah has already ordained for you, O men, the absolution from your oaths, and Allah is your Mawla, Lord, our Master, our Protector, and He is the All-Knower, the All-Wise. And remember when the Prophet disclosed a matter in confidence to one of his wives, Hafsa. So Hafsa, please don't tell Aisha. And then she told it to another, Aisha, and Allah made it known to him. He informed part thereof and left a part. Then when he told her, Hafsa thereof, she said, who told you this? He said, the All-Knower and the All-Aware, Allah has told me. And if you continue reading, it's the rest of Surah 66 is Allah threatening to take away Muhammad's wives and to give him better wives, and telling Muhammad that if your wives are going to complain about this stuff that you're doing, you can get better wives, get rid of these wives, and I'll give you better wives. And then the rest of the chapter is giving examples of bad wives and good wives. so that Muhammad's wives would know. The good wives are the ones who mindlessly go along with whatever they're being told and who never, ever, ever, ever object to what they're being told. But guys, this is the situation. So again, going back to 34:11, it was narrated from Anas. Now that we know what this is about, it was narrated from Anas. The Messenger of Allah had a female slave with whom he had intercourse, but Aisha and Hafsa would not leave him alone until he said that she was forbidden for him. Then Allah the Mighty and Sublime revealed, O Prophet, why do you forbid for yourself that which Allah has allowed to you? Until the end of the verse. And he went back to having sex with his slave girl. After swearing that he wouldn't do it, he got a revelation, ladies and gentlemen, a revelation saying, what are you doing? You swore an oath to your wives by Allah. Break that oath. Go back to banging your slave girl. I've said it. I say it's okay to break your oath to your wives.
Stupid.
I forgive you. I forgive you. What do we think about
You
that?
stupid. Don't ever do that again, man. You want to bang them all. Gotta bang all of them. Don't do that ever again. Don't care about your wives. Why would you make promises to your wives? Who cares about your wives?
How did Muhammad justify marrying Aisha? He said, Allah has given me a dream of Jibreel bringing me this little tiny girl as a present. And I said, if this is the will of Allah, I'll take it. I'll take that little girl.
I'll do that.
Here's another one. Ready?
Yes. Yes. I will say that one of the only things that they will say, one of the things that they will say is that, well, he was known as a trustworthy. In fact, we are told that he would never tell a lie. Which is just, and then they will go to one hadith in which such a thing is asserted. However, you can always bring up a very nice response to that, which is the Quran itself says in many verses, and I actually made a video on that. Maybe I should clip that section just to address that issue. I made a video which I called 10 things everyone should know about Muhammad, and one point that I addressed there was that the Quran repeatedly says things like, and they say you are a liar, or it says you are not a liar, and you are not insane, and you are not this, and you are not that, and they call
Says
you a
it right
liar,
there.
but
Says it
no,
right
you
there.
don't lie, and things like that. So the Quran repeatedly says that, which shows that people around him were repeatedly accusing him of being a liar, of forging things, of taking things from other people, of just inventing things, or just retelling whatever other people told him, and all that. So he was clearly, to many people in his environment, not known as the trustworthy one, so much that this issue really preoccupied him or Allah, so that Allah had to make Quran verses on that repeatedly.
Yeah. And let's look at a couple of Allah's revelations. This is Surah 33, verse 37. And remember when you said to him, Zayd bin Haritha, so this is Muhammad, the historical background. This is Muhammad's adopted son, ladies and gentlemen. Muhammad had an adopted son named Zayd bin Haritha. Zayd was married to one of the most beautiful women in Arabia, beautiful woman named Zainab, who was also cousins with Muhammad. One day, Muhammad went over Zayd's house. He's going over to Zayd's house looking for Zayd. Zayd isn't home. Instead, he's greeted by Zainab, who was wearing almost nothing at the time. So she's basically wearing like a nightie. And Muhammad sees her. And then he walks away praising Allah. He walks away praising Allah. Praise be to Allah. Praise be to Allah after seeing this hot chick. Zayd finds out about it and he decides to divorce her. But Muhammad knows that it will be frowned upon for him to take the wife of his own adopted son. Everyone had a problem with that. Everyone, pretty much everyone in history would say, like if I had an adopted son, I adopt a son, I raise that kid as my son, and then I see my adopted son's hot wife, and my adopted son says, oh, well, I'll let you bang her instead of me. Pretty much everyone in history would take that as some sort of problem.
It's a miracle.
Yeah, so Muhammad was worried that people would have a problem with him and think, "Oh, how can this guy be a prophet when he's taken the wife of his own adopted son?" And so he told Zayd, "No, keep your wife." Zayd said, "No, I'm divorcing her. If you want her, she's yours." Muhammad married her. And then Allah has to explain why. Allah has to explain why. And he condemns Muhammad for being reluctant about marrying this super beautiful, hot chick. Here we go. This is in the Quran, ladies and gentlemen. This is Allah justifying Muhammad's marriage to Zainab, the wife of his own adopted son. And remember when you said to him, Zayd bin Haritha, the freed slave of the Prophet, on whom Allah has bestowed grace by guiding him to Islam, and you, Muhammad, have done favor by manumitting him. Keep your wife to yourself and fear Allah. So this is when Zayd says, "Hey, if you really got the hots for her, I'll divorce her." Muhammad says, "Keep your wife to yourself." Allah's really mad about this because Allah had revealed to him by him being attracted to her that she's his now. Muhammad gets what he wants. But you did hide in yourself, i.e. what Allah has already made known to you, that he will give her to you in marriage. Imagine seeing your adopted son's hot wife. And you think, aha, this is God telling me she's mine now. This is the prophet you're dealing with, whose character is so wonderful that he has to be a prophet, according to Mohammed Hijab. So you did hide in yourself that which Allah will make manifest. You did fear the people. You feared the people, i.e. they're saying Muhammad married the divorced wife of his manumitted slave, right? His adopted son. He was worried about what people would say. Muhammad, who's so trustworthy that he denies the revelations of Allah because he's worried about what people are going to say. Whereas Allah had a better right that you should fear him. So when Zayd had accomplished his desire from her, meaning he's done with her, so he divorced her, we gave her to you in marriage, so that so here's Allah's reasoning. Allah has to explain to the Muslim community and the critics, why did Muhammad have to? Because keep in mind, this is a revelation. People are saying, Muhammad, why are you marrying the wife of your own adopted son? And Muhammad by this time is saying, Allah told me to. Allah revealed it to me that I have to marry this super hot young woman who's married to my adopted son. I have to. Allah told me to. It wasn't me. It was Allah. Blame Allah. You got a problem? Blame Allah. Allah says I have to do this. So here's Allah's reasoning. Now Allah explains, everyone, this is why Muhammad absolutely had to marry his adopted son's wife. We gave her to you.
He had to do it. He had no choice.
That's right. And it's right here, ladies and gentlemen. We gave her to you in marriage. Why? So that, here's the reason, so that in the future, there may be no difficulty to the believers in respect of the marriage of the wives of their adopted sons, when the latter have no desire to keep them, i.e. they have divorced them. And Allah's command must be fulfilled. Did you catch that, everyone? Allah says, the reason Muhammad needs to marry the wife of his own adopted son is so that other believers, other men will know that they too can marry the wives of their adopted sons. This is such an important issue. It's such an important moral struggle that men of all times and all places have to wrestle with. Should I bang the wife of my own adopted son or not? I need guidance from the Almighty on this. I'm really, really struggling with whether it's okay to bang my adopted son's wife. Am I supposed to or am I not supposed to? Is that frowned upon or is it a great thing? I just don't know. I'm so confused. This is such an important issue, according to Allah, that he not only had to give a revelation. Keep in mind, he could have just given a revelation saying, hey guys, if you want your adopted son's wives, it's okay to take them. He could have just said that, but it's so important that he had to actually have Muhammad go out and do it. That's how important it is. That's how important this struggle is to mankind, that he has to have Muhammad actually set an example by marrying the wife of his own adopted son.
I'm so glad that Muhammad did this, because otherwise, if Muhammad had not done this, how in the world would I know if I can or cannot do that, or if I should or should not be doing that?
Yeah, you just wouldn't know.
Yeah.
And by the way, guys, there's an extra problem with this. And the extra problem is that because of this whole ordeal, Allah made adoption haram in Islam. It's the same chapter, verses 4 and 5. Allah outlaws adoption. He says, no, you no longer adopt people into your family. Call them by the. You can take care of an orphan, but you do not adopt the orphan. That orphan does not become part of your family. So think about this. Allah says this is such an important issue that men struggle with, whether they can marry the wives of their own adopted sons. It's such an important issue that I have to have Muhammad set an example so that all future generations will understand, yeah, it's okay to marry the wife of your own adopted son. You get a thumbs up from Allah. And yet, since Allah outlawed adoption, it's never a situation that could even arise again. There's no more adoption. You have no more adopted sons. So you're never in a position, the Muslim community is never in a position anymore for a man to marry the wife of his own adopted sons, because adoption was forbidden after this, because of this whole... Guys, if I didn't know anything else about Islam and I only knew this, that Allah comes along, hey, why is this prophet that we're supposed to believe in because of his character, why did he just take the wife of his own adopted son? What the heck is going on there? What, after he saw her almost naked? That's when he took her? Wait, what's going on here? What's up with this? The wife of his own adopted son? Are you serious? And then Allah's response is, yeah, but he has to, so that future generations will know that it's okay to take the wives of their own adopted sons. And you go, that doesn't actually sound like an issue that I've ever heard about anyone struggling with. I've never in my entire life heard about a man who's struggling with whether he can take the wife of his own adopted son. I don't think that's an important issue. That sounds like it's just Muhammad struggling with that issue. So why are you saying that Muhammad has to do this for all the other people who are going to be struggling with this issue? I'm wondering this. I'm wondering if this is a real thing or if he's just making this up as he goes along. And then Allah also reveals in the same chapter, oh, by the way, there's no more adoption, so it's a situation that will never arise again. Guys, if that's all I knew about Islam, just that Allah is saying future generations need to know that they can have the wives of their own adopted sons. Oh, and by the way, there aren't going to be any adopted sons anymore, so it's never a situation that's going to arise. If that's all I know about Islam, I would say this is complete nonsense. It's complete idiotic nonsense.
Nonsense.
And yet, this is the proof. This is somehow the proof that Islam is true. Muhammad's character. This is how you know you can trust this guy. Just going to look at one more verse here, man. One more verse. I can't resist. Same chapter. Chapter 33, verse 53. This is kind of a moral issue. It's not as bad as some of the other ones. But it's talking about trusting this guy based on his character. O you who believe, enter not in the prophets' houses. Talking to Muslims. O you who believe, enter not in the prophets' houses unless permission is given to you for a meal. And then not so early as to wait for its preparation. So don't get there early while they're still preparing it. Show up right when they're ready to eat. But when you are invited, enter. And when you have taken your meal, disperse without sitting for a talk. Don't show up early to ask Muhammad questions. And after you've eaten, don't hang out afterwards and try to talk to him. If he invites you for a meal, show up right when it's ready, eat your food, and get out. Do not ask this dude questions. Verily, such behavior annoys the Prophet. What annoys him? Showing up early to ask him questions or staying after dinner to ask him questions. That annoys him. Verily, such behavior annoys the Prophet, and he is shy of asking you to go. He's too shy. He's a shy guy. He's not going to say, hey, I really want to go get back to my slave girl or Aisha or stuff like this. And you're sitting here pestering me with questions about God and the universe and creation. I don't want to talk about this stuff. I'm trying to bang my sex slave here. So he says, verily such behavior annoys the Prophet, and he is shy of asking you to go. But Allah is not shy of telling you the truth. And when you ask his wives for anything you want, ask them from behind a screen. That is purer for your hearts and for their hearts. And it is not right for you that you should annoy Allah's messenger, nor that you should ever marry his wives after him, after his death. Verily with Allah, that shall be an enormity. So here you have, people are showing up. Muhammad's a prophet, so they're actually interested in showing up and asking him questions about how they're supposed to live and so on. And he's annoyed, but he won't tell them. But he walks out. So Muhammad walks out one day, ladies and gentlemen, and says, I have a revelation. I wasn't going to say anything because I'm shy. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he says, Stop coming over to Muhammad's house and asking him questions before you eat and then hanging out afterwards and asking him more questions. He doesn't like that. He won't tell you, but I'm Allah. But Muhammad's the one delivering this, guys. Muhammad is the one saying he has a revelation saying stop annoying him. This is a guy that whose character is so perfect as the receptacle of these revelations that we can't help but trust him when we see this powerful stuff. Seriously here. All right, so we're going to have a question, ladies and gentlemen. Matter of fact, let's just go through a quick outline here. So Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl and allowed his followers to do the same thing. Married her when she was 6, had sex with her when she was 9. He married more women and girls than his own revelations allow. So he told his followers no more than 4 wives. Suddenly he got to 4 wives and wanted more. And he got a revelation. That's also Surah 33, ladies and gentlemen. That's also Surah 33. Surah 33, verse 50 says that Muhammad and only Muhammad gets to break the 4-wife limit. He received all kinds of revelations that have no purpose other than satisfying his desires. He took the wife of his own adopted son. Again, got caught having sex with his slave girls and then made an oath saying he would stop, and then gets a revelation saying that he could break the oath. Muhammad thought that he was demon-possessed. As far as his character being perfect, this is a man who repeatedly tried to commit suicide. He repeatedly tried to jump off a cliff when something would go wrong. He admittedly delivered revelations from the devil. These are the infamous satanic verses where he admits that because he wanted a revelation that would be pleasing to the pagans, he actually fell for promoting polytheism. He said you could pray to 3 pagan goddesses, Alat, Alusa, Manat. Then he came back later and said, oopsie, the devil made me do it. Muhammad was a victim of black magic. Muhammad ordered his followers to assassinate people for criticizing his religion. He repeated stories that were based on forgeries and passed them off as divine revelations. He had people executed for making fun of him. He beheaded hundreds of Jews for trying to defend themselves once they realized he was having them eliminated. Started a war with Mecca when he had a chance to live in peace in Medina, so he's gone. They didn't care about him anymore, and yet he starts a war with them. He enslaved thousands of people, allowed his followers to do what they wanted with their female captives, took the most beautiful captives back to his own tent, told his followers it's okay to beat their wives into submission, told his followers that women are stupid and that their testimony is unreliable, once tortured a man for money. Hey, this guy's got some money hidden. What should we do? Well, they lit a fire on his chest to get the information out of him. Supported his religion by robbing people. So could have just carried out some hard work and said it was, hey, let's go rob people to support our religion. And it just keeps going on and on and on. You talk about like the pagan practices, circling the Kaaba and the kissing the black stone and stuff. This is all pagan stuff. So the question, everyone, is whether you would trust Muhammad's revelations based on his character, because that was Muhammad Hijab's claim. That was Muhammad Hijab's claim, right, AP?
Yes.
His character, based on Muhammad's character. Would you trust that guy? There's a poll now. We're going to get it. We're going to let the people speak. We're going to let the people speak. You heard Muhammad Hijab say, Muhammad's character is so amazing, he has to be the receptacle of the true religion. Therefore, believe in him as a prophet. We've gone through some of his character, and I will acknowledge there are good things you could point to. So, for instance, Muhammad told his followers not to practice female infanticide, killing baby girls because you don't want to take care of girls. So there are good things you could point out. The point is, any good thing you can possibly say about Muhammad, you can say it about billions of other people down through history. What does it have to do with anyone being a prophet? That's the question. So, here's the question for the poll. Do you trust Muhammad's revelations based on his character? And go. Let's see what we have here.
It's going to be a little bit biased because this is an Islamophobic channel. If this was on a regular channel that is unbiased, it would probably be 90% would say they would trust at this point.
Yeah, at least they would say, yes, anyone who thinks it's okay to bang a little girl must be a true prophet. That's
in fact,
true.
I would say 900% would probably say they trust.
That's true. So anyway, before we move on, we will go back now that we've actually gone through Muhammad and Aisha, Muhammad and Zainab, Muhammad and his slave girl, and so on. We'll watch Hijab's claim one more time that somehow this is proof that he's a prophet. His character.
Mr.
All right.
Proof.
Here we go.
Number two, look at the character and the prophet of the Prophet ﷺ. When you look at his life, you realize that the man was authentic through and through. And so when you start to realize that this was the receptacle of the message of Islam, the final message, that itself acts as evidence. But
He was authentic through and through. When he took an oath, you knew that when he broke that oath, because Allah told him to, that this man was authenticity incarnate. He is the authenticity.
So, Muhammad broke oaths. He failed to keep other oaths. He lied, he deceived, and so on. However, by Islamic standards, given that we can excuse all of those and say, well, there's a reason why he did that, we can eliminate all those and thereby qualify him once again as 100% reliable. Therefore, Islam is true.
Mm-hmm. And think about the insane reasoning. Why? Because most of us, when we look at the life of Muhammad, are like, oh, this is the least reliable guy ever. But Muhammad Hijab looks at it, and guess what? Daniel Hakikachu and Ali Dawah, they'd all be the same. Why? They've absorbed the morality where it's okay to lie to your wives. It's okay to lie to your wives. Hijab said that in his interview. Can you tell your wife, can you have a secret second wife, not tell your first wife because she's not going to like it? And then you're out with one of your wives and then you come back and she says, where were you? And can you lie to her? Hijab says, absolutely you can. So he believes it's okay. So when Muhammad, I swear by Allah, no, Allah says I can break my oath and so on. Just this sort of just lying and breaking your oaths. You don't have to be honest and so on, even in your oaths. These guys have absorbed the morality. When we criticize Muhammad for having sex with a 9-year-old girl, these guys all think it's perfectly acceptable. So Islam influences them to have this depraved morality. And then based on their depraved morality, they go, wow, Muhammad had the same morality we do. It's a miracle. How could he have had the perfect morality of our system unless he's a true prophet? What is this? Now you're just being circular. You're saying, so you have all of this stuff that Muhammad taught, and then you say, why should we believe all this stuff? And then, well, you assume all that stuff is true, and then say, well, surely the man who taught us all this stuff must be a true prophet. His great character that led to all this stuff. So think about it. How do you know that his morality is correct, that you're affirming it? Well, it's the same crap you believe. Where'd you get that from Muhammad? So Muhammad tells you believe all this stuff and do all these practices, beat your wives and all this stuff, have sex with little girls and so on. You say, wow, this is so great. Wow, yes. Oh, how do we know Muhammad's a prophet? Well, surely, I mean, he's the one who taught us all this moral stuff. So this guy's character is so great, he must be a true prophet.
Perfect logic.
This is nuts, man. This is nuts.
Flawless. I recently republished a video, maybe a few months ago, called how Mohammed Hijab ran from a debate with me,
Impossible.
where I demonstrated with clear proof, and by proof I'm not using proof the way Mohammed Hijab uses proof. I'm using it as actual proof, clear proof that he admitted to me directly, messaging with me that he lied to me, and his reasoning for why it was okay was that we didn't sign a contract. We didn't sign a contract to agree to certain things. We only verbally or over Twitter agreed to do a certain thing. So it was okay for him to wiggle out of that and to just act like it never happened because we didn't sign a contract.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. So he doesn't have to be honest. He doesn't have to keep his word unless he makes a written agreement.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if he does that, then he can also change his mind, probably.
Yeah, of course. Like, how would you On what basis can you say, yeah, just keeping my word? I don't have to. I can say something to you. I can promise you. I can swear an oath to you. But if I haven't put it in writing, I can go ahead and take it all back and say I was lying. What does the paper add to that? In other words, if he had said the same thing and put them on paper and then said, yeah, I reject all that, he would have said something else. The excuse would have been, I don't have to honor an agreement with you. You're an evil Islamophobe and ex-Muslim.
Yep.
So I don't follow. So guys, these are the guys we're supposed to trust. We're supposed to trust these guys telling us about Muhammad, and then we're supposed to trust what Muhammad tells us about, our eternal destinies and so on. This is nuts, man. This is absolutely insane.
Yep. I would rather trust destiny.
Yeah, would rather trust destiny with my destiny than Muhammad with my destiny.
Yeah.
All right. We'll let that poll run for a couple more minutes. Looks like it's fluctuating between 7 and 8% saying that they would trust Muhammad's revelations based on his amazing character. Take a couple super chats while that runs.
Is he going to go into the whole prophecy aspect after this? Are we going to
patience, AP, patience? So those were his big two. Those were his big two arguments. Then he just says, but there are many others, and he just rapid fire mentions some other powerful points. Those were his main two. Monotheism, that's proof that Islam is true. And so why are you doing all these pagan rituals and so on because of Islam? And why are you believing that everything that Muhammad says when it's obviously complete nonsense and so on? Well, because he said there's one God. So you have to believe everything he says. And then the other thing is, well, if someone has sex with a 9-year-old girl and takes the wife of his own adopted son and has more wives than his own revelations allow and walks around covered in semen and thinks he's demon possessed and delivers revelations from Satan, promoting polytheism and so on, and supports his religion by robbing people and tortures people to find out where they have money hidden, and he buys, owns, and sells black African slaves and so on. You look at someone like that and you could say, his character is so amazing, we have to believe everything this guy says on any topic. Yeah. That was his second argument. But he's got more AP. He's got more AP. Take a couple super chats, and we'll let Mohammed Hijab finish his beautiful summary. Agree with Random OK. See if you can talk with Traveling Israel. He's great. Oh yeah, so that was a follow-up saying, yeah, we should talk to that guy. Tommy Robinson has a book called Muhammad's Quran. It is chronological and shows when peaceful commands are crossed out and superseded by later violent ones. Yeah, that's an important thing because the Quran, it lays down abrogation as one of the guiding principles of interpreting the text. So certain revelations can abrogate or cancel other revelations depending on which one came later. And yet the Quran is not in any sort of chronological order. So you don't know what is abrogating what, and it's confusing. So yes, having something that is in chronological order is helpful. Is Mojab still fighting Haim Ghazali? Love to see it. No, not happening. And we didn't think it was going to happen. Mohammed, so yeah, guys, Mohammed Hijab tossed out the challenge to bring forth your champion, Israel. And one of the IDF guys said, I'll do it. And he's like old. He's like in his 50s and so on. He's like half the size of Mohammed Hijab, said, I'll do it. And then Mohammed Hijab's camp started telling this guy he can't use his jujitsu moves because he's a superior, the guy has superior jujitsu skills to Mohammed Hijab. So he can't use some of his moves. And it's basically, they went through his fights and they looked at moves that he uses to submit people. And they said, you can't use these moves because Mohammed Hijab doesn't know what to do with them. Again, you're dealing with a guy who's way younger and way stronger and twice the guy's size. And they're saying, but we have to even the playing field, so you can't use your moves. And then the guy, and it was going to be private. They said it's just private. It can't be shown and stuff like this. And the guy's like, what are you even talking about? I have to travel. I have to do it for free. I can't show people, and I can't use my moves. What is this? And the guy's like, you guys are clowns. And then the Muslims went around, what? Here you see, they're all running from Mohammed Hijab because he's so strong.
Stuff like this it would be used against somebody to immediately discredit them and embarrass them forever, and just it should be brought up whenever this person is brought up. But to the Muslims, it doesn't matter.
No.
But to the Islamist fan base, it doesn't matter. To them, Mohammed Hijab can make a challenge and say, "Oh, IDF, send your best fighter and I will fight him. And then somebody comes and says, okay, I'll do it. And he's like, okay, here are our 50 conditions. You can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, and you can do this, and you can. Okay, fantastic. So you're not going to. So you're not actually making a challenge.
Yeah.
This should be used as evidence that this guy is just a complete fraud and unreliable and a joke.
Total
But
fraud.
no, they'll touch him anyway.
Yeah, total clown. I mean, guys, just imagine this. Just imagine if Haim's side had been doing the same thing, right? Like, imagine that his side says, oh, okay, well, since Mohammed Hijab is way bigger and stronger, then Mohammed Hijab has to fight. He has to be on his knees and have one arm tied behind his back to sort of level the playing field and so on. Muslims would look at that and they go, are you joking? Look at this guy. He's a coward. But they're the ones doing it. No, we can't use his jujitsu moves because Mohammed Hijab won't know how to defend it. Yeah, he's twice the guy's size and way younger. This guy's old. He's old now. What are you doing? You have youth on your side, size advantage, height advantage, reach advantage, muscle advantage. You have every advantage. What's that guy's advantage? Well, he's got more experience in jiu-jitsu than you. Oh, well, he can't use that then. What the heck is this? Bunch of cowards. Total cowards. Oh, man. Mr. Bukhari.
He's stronger. He's stronger. He can't use his muscle.
Yeah, you can't use your muscle. Love your work. Both of you have messaged in your TG group, David. Oh, yeah, I'll check that out. Who's this? What is the world now? Islamoprobe. Do you believe in God? Wrong. I know that God exists, but I struggle to be worthy of his company. Belief is conjectural, like I believe it will rain here today, but I know it rains somewhere.
The company is called God Inc. Yeah.
What is?
Nothing. I'm making a stupid
That's
joke.
a stupid joke. That is a stupid joke. Yeah, there are distinctions between mere belief and knowledge and so on. Plus, I know that Allah is Satan. How would you know that? Based on his character?
Yes.
Tawheed means unification. Duh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pre-Zionist Palestine, malaria-infested swamps and barren desert, part of greater Syria. Israel equals rich, powerful, cultivated, and people like to work. Is that accurate, AP?
Every source that analyzes Palestine from that point of view, how developed it was economically and otherwise, every source basically says the same thing, that it was severely underdeveloped, barren land, and so on. One of the books, I got one recently, it's called The Economic History of the Middle East, goes into that. There's a famous Mark Twain quote where he goes and visits and says it's an empty, barren land, and so on. That is true. And the Zionist movement came and built everything that you see nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Hey, AP.
Yes.
This is a related question, but I just had the idea. I wanted to say it before I forget about it.
Yes.
And it was because, matter of fact, I'll go ahead and end the poll now because we have over 1,000 votes. I'm ending the poll. I'm going to screenshot this. I'm going to end the poll. 93% said they would not trust Muhammad. Now, I'm going to share this later on Twitter, and someone's going to say, same thing you said. But it's just because a bunch of Islamophobes are on your channel. Your channel's biased. On another channel, it would be different. Can we say, AP, right here, that we are entirely willing to have this debate on whether we should believe in Muhammad based on his character?
I would do it tonight, yes.
Do we agree to debate Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah on this point?
Yes.
Anytime.
Yes.
Guys, you've heard it here. So think about this, because you've got to grasp this. Mohammed Hijab is on the channel of some Muslims, and some Muslims say, but why should we believe in Islam? Oh, let's dub over that. Why should we believe in Islam? Why should we believe in Islam? How can we know that it's true? And then Mohammed Hijab gives as his number two argument, the character of Muhammad. So he either believes that this is a good argument for belief in Muhammad, or he doesn't. I don't believe that he does. I don't think that he believes what he's saying. I think he knows that that is the stupidest thing anyone has ever said. I believe that he says it because you don't have anything else. The arguments that they used to use have been exposed as nonsense. So what do you have now? He's got to say something stupid like, oh, Muhammad's character. Oh, yeah. I'm hoping that all of you are ignorant and have never studied the life of Muhammad and have no clue what I'm talking about right now. But you just look at his character. It's so perfect and he has to be from God. He's depending on people's ignorance. I do not believe for a second he takes his own argument seriously. And he can refute us. Welcome to join us and go through Muhammad's character, which somehow proves that he's a true prophet. We have accepted, ladies and gentlemen, we have accepted. And any Muslims out there, any Muslims who want to actually defend Mohammed Hijab's point, defend the claim that we know Muhammad is a true prophet because of his amazing character, let us know. We can have this debate. Point is, Hijab does not believe what he's saying and would not defend it in a debate unless he knew ahead of time that the people he's debating knew absolutely nothing about Muhammad so that he can lie. Team from Chloe, Team King Kong. Come at me, Godzilla. Yep, that is true. That's the truth.
It's true. It's the proof.
And then after we defeat Godzilla, then the atheists can come try to deal with King Kong. Watch what happens to you. You'll be humiliated. Thanks for keeping me entertained when I'm at work. That's what we're here for. Celeria says, I finally have enough money to actually offer someone a significant donation. Coincidentally, this is my first time catching you live. By the way, may Yahweh bless you, AP, and may your journey of exploration bear good fruit.
Thank you.
Yes, that is a good comment. That is a good comment. As opposed to some of the horrible jokes that some people always give. Finally have a nice comment. AP and D Wood, I'm a Christian. Here we go. AP and D Wood, I'm a Christian who's reading the Quran, wanting to know more about Islam. Can one of you guys explain the verse in Surah Al-Baqarah 262? Hold that thought, Paulo. Hold that thought, because we'll bring that up. I think Mohammed Hijab says that the Quran not having contradictions is some kind of proof. If so, we will actually, I'll bring up that verse. To show that the Quran has some problems here. All right. So just hang on for a few, and we will take a look at that. Again, if I think he says no contradictions, in which case we will address that. And if not, we'll go through the verse anyway. D Wood, AP stands for Don't Worry, Atheists Pray. Oh, D Wood and AP. So D Wood, AP stands for Don't Worry, Atheists Pray.
That's funny.
Here we go. Am I the only one that thinks the Shaharda sounds like I lie? I lie and I deny for Allah. Oh, La ilaha illallah sounds like I lie and lie. I lie and then deny for Allah. Yeah, it has the same sort of rhythm. Chloe here. In some British schools, white kids became a minority and joined Islam to fit in. Young men seeking a masculine ideology see gap of feminism, Anglican woke. Yeah, I did see an article. I think it was it Daily Mail or something like that? Had an article about kids in Germany in certain areas where they're completely outnumbered now, converting to Islam just because it's like a gang. It's join us or join us or we're going to beat you up.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, strong. If only someone had warned everyone that this was going to happen for like 20 years.
Why did nobody say anything?
No one said a word, man. No one was saying a word to these guys.
No.
Love your work, guys. Sketch idea: cooking with Zainab bint Al Harith. That would be fun. Hey, once we're we could have a cutaway that's like a cooking show. Since we're doing the whole sketch, we could cut away like a little sketch. And so what you want to do is you want to get some good rat poison here, and you want to dump this in there, and you want to add this and stir that in. Yeah, go ahead and mix that in with your lamb. I think Zainab bint Al. So if anyone doesn't know, Zainab bint Al Harith, that's the woman who poisoned Muhammad. That's the Jewish woman that poisoned Muhammad after he had her entire family slaughtered in the name of Allah. She'll probably, for her costume, she'll probably walk in with a shirt that says, Muhammad killed my family, death to Muhammad. And Muhammad will be like, oh, she's got some sort of nice shirt on. I wish I knew what it said, but as everyone knows, I can't read. And then so he'll eat the delicious lamb.
And we can also make a video, make a skit on Zainab bint Jahsh, the other woman that we just mentioned earlier, on her tanning leather and her
Ugh. Ugh.
all her experiences when she was tanning.
Ooh, brother. Ooh. I've
And I'm
had
specifically
people.
making this reference for those who don't understand, because there is a hadith which I think is a fantastic hadith, which just shows how
It's powerful.
weird Muhammad was, which
Pretty
says
weird.
that Muhammad was walking outside and he saw a woman, and then he
Became
immediately
aroused.
went home to his wife Zainab, who was tanning leather,
The wife
and
of
had
his own
with her.
adopted son after he took her.
Yeah,
But yeah.
and had sex with her. And then he was relieved and went outside. He was relieved of what was on his mind, and went outside. And he said, "When a woman comes and goes in the shape of a devil, so when one of you sees a woman, he should go to his wife and have sex with her, because that will relieve what is in his heart." So basically, he was outside and he saw a woman, and he really wanted to go and have sex with her,
Yeah.
and he had to go to his wife to quickly relieve that, because otherwise things could have gone wrong. No, no.
And what's interesting is that, so, I mean, years ago, you and I were bringing up this passage. We made videos about it. But people were pointing out, which is weird because I didn't think about, even though I knew it. But people pointed out, people who are familiar with the preparing leather process say it's the smell is horrible. The smell is disgusting. And I realized it because I bought a leather backpack when I was a teenager that was made like someone had just like made it. And that thing smelled terrible for like 6 months. The thing, it was a horrible smell. So that's why, you have to do stuff to it to get it to not have a horrible smell anymore and stuff, because the whole process is very, very smelly. So that's what like Zainab is doing. Mom's like, I need to bang you. I just saw this hot chick. I need to bang you right now. And she's like,
I just saw a woman walking outside, minding her business. Please, let's have sex. Come here.
Gotta do it. But this is a guy who's, he's a true prophet because of his amazing character.
Yes.
Wild stuff. It wasn't until I started listening to Neo-Salafis did I realize that the Philistines were Muslims, since they only worshipped Dagon. Alhamdulillah. That's true. One God. See? Heroes Workshop. Alan saved Isa from crucifixion, yet no mention of Isa's crime in the Quran. What did he do to be arrested and sent to death? Alan forgot to tell us. This is the Messiah to them, and they don't know.
Alan knows best.
That is a problem, because we know that the problem that people had with Jesus, he was making lots of claims that this guy sounds like he's committing blasphemy here. The Islamic Jesus is going around telling first century Jews, hey, everyone, just believe in one God, just believe in one God. And they go, this guy has to die, according to the Quran. We have to kill him. Like, name a first century Jew who would have been offended by saying, just believe in one God and serve one God. Why do these people become enraged?
Believe in one God. Follow the truth. Follow the true religion. Believe in one God. And the Pharisees were like, "Oh no! We have to get rid of this guy."
Hey, look at this.
So stupid, man.
Hey, look at this. What? Shake, Mike, Wingelinge. Peace be upon me. Shake, Mike, Wingelinge. I don't mean to be rude, but behead the kuffar. See how great his character is? Yes, he said, I don't mean to be rude, while he's talking about beheading the kuffar. So you see, this man's character is so great, he must be a prophet.
You know what's funny? I found out today, actually. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's like Egyptian atheist brought it to my attention. He was reading a hadith, and in the hadith, and I looked this up, and it's actually known in smaller circles. There is a hadith where some guy comes and Muhammad tries to find out if he had sex with this other woman, and eventually, in order to establish that he did indeed have sexual intercourse, he uses a word that is in the Arabic equivalent of the F word. Like, did you F her? And he says yes. And then Muhammad says, "Okay, stone him." So um, that's the hadith in the English translation nowadays. They translate it as "Did you have sexual interaction, or did you have sexual intercourse with her?" But that's not what the Arabic text actually says. What it actually says is that he uses the equivalent of that, of the F word, of the most crude way of just saying, "Did you do it?" And the guy says yes, and then says, "Okay, stone him." So
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes you can take these parts and just insert them into like Google Translate and to see what a an average Arab speaker would be hearing when he hears this stuff. You can do the same thing with Allah breathed into Mary's farge. You look that up, it'll either say vagina or it just says the P word.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what you want to think about that, but Muhammad clearly wasn't this thing. Oh no, we have to be as decent in our speech as possible, as much as possible. So he was like,
Speech.
"What did you do this or did you not?"
Yeah.
I did. Okay, kill him. Like,
Yeah.
this is who Muhammad was.
And Muhammad in his speech, whenever you see a man boasting about his lineage, tell him to bite his father's penis and don't use a euphemism. This is this great,
Yes.
wonderful, amazing guy whose character is so great that he has to actually be a prophet.
Yes. Alhamdulillah.
AI text to speech on people's phones will allow women to freely speak their minds in a halal way. A revolution for women's rights. No more whiteboard. They won't have to use the whiteboard anymore. They can type into their phones and get an AI voice. That's awesome.
That's beautiful.
Andrew Tate is revered even by Tommy Robinson's kid. These young boys revere a Muslim pimp. If the trajectory continues, the UK will become Islamic. Well, Andrew Tate's his trial's starting. I do not think that's going to go the way his fans think it is, because they seriously think he's walking in there and he's accused of stealing TikTok pennies, and that's it. That's the only accusations against him. Other than that, all the witnesses are on his side, and this guy's going to get 10. This guy's going to get 10 or 20 years locked up. I would guess that's what lawyers who are looking at this think. This guy's going to get 10 or 20 years, and then it's going to be the Matrix attack. The Matrix is attacking me.
We haven't covered Andrew Tate in a long time, but at the same time, while that happened, the British court also made a request for his extradition to have a trial because of rape allegations with credible evidence and other things, and Romania approved the extradition request, but said he will be extradited after his legal procedures in Romania are done. So think about that.
That's got to
It's not
suck.
over. Once he's done Romania, it's not over.
Yeah, this is a bad situation for him, and that's just don't do those things. Don't do those things, and generally you won't have that. And when it happens, man up, confess what you've done, try to make restitution, pay your dues, and move forward. Whatever you do, don't sit there going, "It's just the Matrix attacking me," and now I'm going to lie about all the charges against me, because then you look like an idiot.
Yep.
The Nakba was an inside job. Hey, I was just thinking the other day when I saw Musab Hassan Yusuf saying that his grandmother, so he grows up in the West Bank, his grandmother used to tell him it was Muslims who told her to get off. She's Muslim. She was told, get off your farm by the Arabs who were, hey, we're going to go wipe everyone out. But there were other things that happened and stuff. We might need to, at some point, do a show just on the Nakba and get everything in there. Get all the historical information in there so people can make an informed decision.
Yeah, I was thinking of making a video about the Nakba itself. But yeah, that could be done as well.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think of the idea that Islam is basically Abrahamic fan fiction? It's all fan fiction. Even that, like, it's funny because that guy, what's his name, Musa Sarantonio, he said, just on the story of Alexander the Great, the story of Dhul Qarnayn, he said the Quran is basically 7th century Alexander the Great fan fiction on that stuff.
Yeah.
And so that the entire Quran is fan fiction. Just he's fans of lots of stuff.
Well, the whole Abrahamic fan fiction point is there is one good point that can be made about that, which is that so Muhammad bases his religious beliefs and many of his practices on local polytheistic Arab beliefs and practices, but he was clearly, if we are supposed to trust the story and how it goes, he was clearly hoping to kind of adopt this Abrahamic Christian Jewish way of thinking and believing and all that, and he was trying to sell himself to the Jews and Christians as one of them and as a true prophet of that one true God. So on that journey, he did of course adopt a lot of Abrahamic beliefs and ideas, but really messed it up and dumbed them down and misunderstood them and so on. So there is a very good amount of Abrahamic fan fiction, but it's kind of like it's syncretic. It's based on pre-Islamic polytheism with a lot of stuff stolen from Abrahamic religion and from many other sources as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. In Mojob's voice, Shorty chose to be with a demon. Sounds like her problem to me. Haha. From Dracula Flow 1. I'm not familiar with that, so I wouldn't know how to sing this. But if it's Mohammed Hijab's voice, Shorty chose to be with the demon. Sounds like her problem to me. Ha ha. Ha ha. You see? Something like that.
This is the proof.
This is the proof. Yes. She chose to be with a demon. This is proof that Muhammad is a true prophet. Everything is proof that Muhammad's a true prophet. My brother in Christ, David, and my brother in humanity, Ridvan. Who is the best textual scholar for Quranic writings? I heard it has Greek-inspired words. Yeah, the Quran has lots of stuff. Even Injil comes, that's a transliteration of the Greek Evangelion. So it's just weird that they're saying, oh, the Injil, and like Muslim da'is will say, why is the New Testament written in Greek? Jesus would have spoken Aramaic. Why would it be written in Greek? Well, because that's the language. That was the common language at the time. If you wanted to get a message out far and wide, you would put it. That would be like putting a message in English today. That wherever you go, there are lots of people who can speak English. But the amazing part is they'll say it's a problem that the New Testament is written in Greek, when according to the Quran, the book that Jesus brought had a Greek name, Injil. Again, that's not a transliteration of an Aramaic term. That's a transliteration of a Greek name for gospel. So gospel in Greek, Evangelion, you transliterate it into Arabic, it becomes Injil.
Yeah. And there is, of course, this idea that it might have gone into Arabic from Syriac.
Syriac, yeah. Matter of fact, lots of the things apparently come from Greek, go through Syriac, and then go into Arabic.
Because it's like so the Greek translation, it's from Greek Evangelion. It is translated into Syriac in the Bible, where it then is similar Evangelion or with a J sound or a G sound, and the Arabic equivalent. Then to turn it into Arabic, you get what you have in the Quran, Injil. So it derives from original Greek. Why?
Mm-hmm. We'll go ahead and check out the next Mohammed Hijab's remaining arguments here. Hi, did you ever have Yosef Haddad on your channel? If not, would you? Love you both.
I would. I could contact him actually quite easily, but I haven't made any effort so far, but I could.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is actually an interesting point that's connected to what we were talking about earlier. Monotheism has been a philosophical view long before Islam. That is true. Even Udayana, 10th century, argued that there was one God. Isvara is Mojab Hindu now. Yes, he would have to say that this is proof that that's a true prophet and a true religion. But he won't. And guys, again, that is exactly the problem. Muslims will cling to anything that you could say about Muhammad. And they'll say, oh, look, this is proof that he's a prophet. Oh, he preached monotheism. That means he's a prophet. Okay, what about all these other people who preach monotheism? They're prophets? No, it's no evidence at all. Muhammad had a big mole on his back. What is this? This is proof that he's a prophet. Okay, this other guy's got a mole on his back. It proves nothing. It proves nothing at all. Muhammad banged a little girl. This proves that he's a prophet. How's it prove he's a prophet? Because of his amazing character. Okay, here's a bunch of pedophiles over here. What about them? It's not proof of anything. It's just anything you could say about Muhammad, they just say it's proof that he's a prophet. And that kind of fundamentally proves that you can't trust the reasoning of people who just say, hey, we'll say anything we could possibly say. And we'll say that it's proof that our guy's a prophet. Guys, what position could you not use that with? If you want to defend Joseph Smith right now, could you say, hey, Joseph Smith, his character proves that he's a prophet? Could you say that? Of course you could. Would it be a good argument? No.
Jim Jones, true
You could
prophet.
say it about anyone. You could say that about anyone. I could say AP is a prophet. AP is a prophet because of his great character. Guys, whose character is better, AP or Muhammad?
Muhammad, of course.
AP by like 100 trillion times.
You're just saying that now.
So what would that have to do with him being a prophet? Absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Muhammad took the wife of his own adopted son. You see, this is the proof. It's insane. Absolutely insane and ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Whoever does not embrace the Catholic Christian faith is lost, like your false prophet Muhammad. St. Peter Mathaminus, 8th century, martyr of Gaza. No, that's not true. All the martyrs were Muslims. You have to convince yourself before you can fool the rest of the world. Or you can just know that you're speaking nonsense and try to dupe the rest of the world. That's what Hijab is doing. In Tate's voice, 58% THC, pre-rolled joints, rolled in keef, had me reading the book of Revelations. We are indeed close. Oh, is this supposed to be a rap too? I have to check out. Yeah, tell me ahead of time to check out Dracula Flow and stuff like that, because I'll check it out. Urinating broom. Urinating upon my broom. Plotinus and the Neoplatonists, long before Islam, said we all come from the one. Jews, Christians, certain Hindu schools. Monotheism isn't Islam. Yeah, I know. It's just amazing that, because you can ask a Muslim this. They'll say, why do you believe in Islam? And they'll go, because it says one God. Okay, that's called monotheism. That's a position. If you're a monotheist and I say, why are you a monotheist? You give me some reasons to be a monotheist. That's one thing. When I'm asking you why you believe in Islam, that's kind of a package deal. I'm asking you why you follow this guy. You can't say because he said monotheism. Tons of people have said monotheism. Why you believe this guy? Of all the people who said monotheism, why are you building your entire religion on this one guy? That's the question. The only answer we got so far from Hijab was his character is so wonderful, even though he's worse than pretty much anyone else who's ever maintained monotheism. Wild stuff.
It's so wild because, if there is only one God, then Islam is true. There is only one God, therefore Islam is true. Okay. Interesting. So, how do we qualify any of that? It's so ridiculous. And the thing is,
really bad. This is their main guy.
You could even make, I don't know, why is that the conclusion? There have been different movements or different beliefs in history before Islam came along that also had this whole view of, dualism was around. Manichaeism was a very prominent religion before Islam rose, which was like that humans have this ultimate purpose of believing in the light, the one true deity, and opposing the darkness, the evil, and all that. So why not get to that conclusion? You have to somehow qualify. You have to somehow explain that we have to somehow first have a very, very long discussion about the monotheism part, and once we are through that, okay. Which kind of monotheism and why then Islam? You can't just go like, well, one proof that Islam is true is that there is one God. Okay, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I could put it a little differently with something specific. So, guys, why is the one true God the guy with two right arms? Right? So pick something specific that is specific to Islamic theology. If you're going to say one God, okay, why Islam? There you're talking about the specifically Islamic one God. So why would I believe in the one God who has 2 arms and is so bad at hearing that he has to actually travel around the universe, travel through the heavens in order to get really close up to hear people's prayers and so on. So why, in other words, why this God specifically?
Like, what did you say? What do you want? You want a bike? Like, that's what Allah does.
You want a bike? Mr. Bukhari, what do you want? Yeah,
Allah is
dude, for some sort of video, we should do the audio of Allah asking stuff, but you're doing the voice of Norman Finkelstein.
Is Allah.
Allah. Mr. Hijab.
Mohammed Hijab is in his room praying to Allah and asking for new things, and Allah is up there and is like, Mr. Hijab, please speak up. I can't hear you at all. Please stop being a moron. This is Allah.
Hey, some of these comments are good. Hey, check it out. He is right. He, Mo, was an authentic pedophile. Even Satan is authentic in what he does. So saying Mohammed Hijab saying, oh, he's so authentic. Oh, about some of these. There is one God. There is one God. Therefore, child marriage is okay. some of the basic reasoning, right? The prophet may have been a liar, but he was very sincere.
Yes. He was an honest liar.
So here, 1, Muhammad said one God. 2, Muhammad had sex with children. 3, therefore Islam is true. Khaldun has been surpassed as Islam's greatest defender. It's over. Yes. Guys, again, you could find some pretty terrible arguments for pretty much any position, right? Once you get up to like the best, most popular, most prominent defenders, you generally get something that's a cut above. That's a cut above some of the stupid stuff. In Islam, it's just stupid stuff all the way up to the top. Go all the way up to the top. It's stupid stuff. Oh, Muhammad, look at his character. Surely anyone who bangs a little girl and a sex slave and breaks his oath to his wives and then takes a wife of his own adopted son, he has to be a prophet. He has to. What other explanation could there be?
Yeah. If Muhammad was a pedophile, then Islam is true. Muhammad was a pedophile, therefore Islam is true.
There you go. That's the proof. No religion knows what's going on. Nobody knows. What are you talking about? We know all kinds of things. Hijab, a jester of Islam and a plastic gangster. That is pretty much a perfect description. Jester of Islam and a plastic gangster.
And a molester.
Uh-huh. Well, he said he was authentic. Trilemma for Muhammad: pedophile, possessed, or prophet. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Muslims.
The version of C.S. Lewis.
Yeah. Muslims in France becoming more militarized. Did you say they attacked a prison van to free a Muslim drug lord? Heavy weapons won't be long before. Yeah, I haven't. I saw this. I saw the story. They got some guy out of the van. I haven't followed the details much. You see, Jesus was authentic, so it's true. Yeah, that amounts to it. Just, hey, I mean, guys, Paul was authentic. I would say Paul, the Apostle Paul, was about 1 trillion times more moral than Muhammad. And Paul said one God. I guess that makes him a much more reliable guy than Muhammad, right? No, they would not say it's any evidence at all. Even though Paul is way more trustworthy than Muhammad, they would not say that his character is any evidence at all.
But did he marry a child?
Yes, no, he didn't. You see, this is why he's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar. All right. All right. You ready for more from Mohammed Hijab here?
I'm never ready, but
yeah, I think you're going to have to jot these down. I think those were his 2 big ones. Those were his 2 big ones. Then he's going to go into some extra issues here. But we want to get them because we want to respond to them.
We want to get them all.
All right, you taking notes? I'll go ahead and play it. I'll go ahead and play it. I'll go ahead and play it, and then we'll we'll break it down one at a time.
Of acts as evidence. But then you have so many different things.
So many.
We talked about preservation, the lack of control.
Preservation. I don't know what he said about preservation, but you obviously can't mean perfect preservation anymore, since you, Mohammed Hijab, more than any other Muslim, helped destroy that claim. You didn't do it on purpose, too, because you have any respect for the truth. You did it because you were stupid enough to think that Sheikh Yasser Qadi is going to offer a good explanation, and he didn't. He admitted that there are holes in the narrative. So I have no idea. What's that?
Maybe he was trying to say perversion.
Yeah. So preservation, guys. Matter of fact, can easily respond to that right now. For years, Muslim scholars just completely lied. Dawah guys lied. Perfect preservation right down to the letter. Not one letter's difference between any two Qurans in the history of Islam. It was total nonsense. They argued perfect preservation. If you go to the Muslim sources, they talk about entire chapters of the Quran coming up missing because people forgot them. They talk about large passages coming up missing because the only people who had them memorized died in battle. They talk about verses coming up missing because Aisha's sheep ate them and so on. So you had all those kinds of issues. That's just when you read the Muslim sources. You can read in the Muslim sources about all kinds of disputes that people were having. Muhammad's own companions couldn't even agree on which chapters were supposed to be in the Quran. So you had issues like that. Then you've got the entire manuscript tradition. You got the manuscript tradition where you could put pages side by side. Dan Brubaker made a video where he put he showed one page of one Quran manuscript and it had 11 textual variants, 11 differences with what you would read in the Quran today. So you can look at manuscripts and see that it's false. You can also look at Qurans around the world that are still in use. So you can look at the Hafs version, the Warsh version, the Duri version. You find different versions of the Quran that have different words, different letters, and so on, and mean different things. Some of them even have contradictions in them. I just did a show recently with Jai Apologetics and Daughter of Christ, and we talked about one of the interesting ones between the different kirat. And so you go to some versions of the Quran and it says that Lot's wife left with her family, but then she looked back and that's what happened. And you have others that say she never left with them. She stayed back. Well, guess what? That's a contradiction between two different versions of the Quran. She either stayed or she went out. You have some that say she stayed and you have some that say she went out. And so you have issues like those. But what can you look at here and say this is proof of this? This is miraculous preservation. Entire chapters coming up missing, large passages coming up missing, verses being eaten by a goat, Uthman trying to cover up the differences by burning them. Different Qurans in the world today, tons of textual variants, tens of thousands of textual variants in Quran manuscripts and so on. This is proof of miraculous preservation. So I have no clue what he's talking about with preservation. It's like he's jumping on arguments from 20 years ago and just being stupid with it. But he has here lack of contradictions.
It was preserved better than the Buddhist text, so therefore it's a true religion.
Should we go through a couple of contradictions real quick?
Lack of contradictions. So yeah, I have some off the top of my head.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, one of those that we actually mentioned earlier already, which is the one in Surah Baqarah.
Oh, 262? And then it contradicts with 385. Yeah, let's go through a couple. Guys, there are plenty. And when you're talking about contradictions in the Quran, you can mean different things. Like I just mentioned, the one with Lot's wife, that's a contradiction between two different versions of the Quran. So that's not an internal contradiction within one Quran. It's you could take this Quran, it contradicts this other Quran. And that's actually relevant because once the cat was out of the bag that there are different Qurans in different parts of the world, they started saying, but these all go back to Allah and they complement each other. Well, what do you mean complement each other? You mean contradict? Because that's what's actually happening. So you've got those kind of contradictions, but then you have contradictions within the text. Let's look at a couple of examples here. So what do we have here? Let's add up all the days here, ladies and gentlemen. Surah 41. Say, O Muhammad, unto the idolaters, disbelieve ye verily in him who created the earth in 2 days, and ascribe ye unto him rivals? He and none else is the Lord of the worlds. he placed therein firm hills rising above it, and blessed it, and measured therein its sustenance in 4 days, alike for all who ask. So, did you catch this, guys? AP, how good at you at math? Check this out. So he created the earth. He created the earth in 2 days, and then he placed the firm hills in it, and he measured its sustenance, so its food and so on, in 4 days. How many days are we up to?
Wait, I wasn't listening. I'm looking.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I knew it because I knew you weren't paying attention because I see you looking at something, so I was just trying to expose you there. Anyway, who created the earth in 2 days? He created the earth in 2 days, and then verse 10 says, then he placed therein firm hills rising above it, and blessed it, and measured therein its sustenance in 4 days, alike for all who ask. How many days are we up to so far?
6.
2 days to create the earth, 4 days to fill it with stuff. Verse 11, then turned he to the heaven when it was smoke, and said unto it and unto the earth, come both of you willingly or loth. They said, we come obedient. Then he ordained them 7 heavens in 2 days, and inspired in each heaven its mandate. And we decked the nether heaven with lamps, and rendered it inviolable. That is the measuring. Okay, so AP, he created the earth in 2 days. Then he filled the earth in 4 days. Then he turned to the heaven and turned it into 7 heavens in 2 days. How many days of creation do we have?
Easy. 8.
8 days, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone good at math there? 2 days to create the earth, 4 days to fill it, 2 days to create the heavens. By the way, this is hilarious. Zakir Naik uses verse 11 there. He turned to the heaven when it was smoke. You see, this is the Quran talking about the Big Bang. Because it's smoke. And he'll even say, and cosmologists say it was smoke, that the universe was smoke with the Big Bang. No, they don't. No, they don't. Guys, smoke involves what? What's the difference between smoke and just like a gas, like hydrogen or something like that? Smoke contains carbon particles. Smoke results from burning paper or wood or something like that contains carbon, and then you have carbon particles in it, and that's what makes it smoke.
You got smoke.
There wasn't any carbon at the Big Bang. You didn't have smoke. But what's crazy is he'll just quote Surah 41 verse 11 and say, look, it says smoke. It says smoke. You see, this is the Big Bang. Well, what happened right before the Big Bang? Allah created the earth and filled it with stuff. He gets the earth totally up and running, and then the heaven was smoke.
Yes. This does not describe a Big Bang. What it describes is that is Allah creates the ground and then creates the heaven as a formless blob, and then he shapes it into the heaven, which is the dome above this ground on this flat earth, as people thought of it back then.
Yeah. Yep. So, but the takeaway here, apart from Zakir Naik is a liar, just like Mohammed Hijab, although I have to say Zakir Naik's a bit of a better liar than Mohammed Hijab. The Dawa guys just don't care anymore. They can just lie, and they don't even have to try and make their lie sound good. But the actual takeaway, apart from Dawa guys are liars, is 8 days. 2 for creating the earth, 4 for filling the earth, 2 for creating the heavens. Surah 7, verse 54. Lo, your Lord is Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Oopsie, thought it was 8. Then he mounted the throne. I thought it was 8. 2 plus 4 plus 2 is 8. Here we have 6. But let's keep... What?
Allah actually changed his mind here on how many days he took. He couldn't remember, so he was getting kind of confused. But this abrogates the earlier mention.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, hold on, guys, I was wrong. I was kind of misremembering that. So abrogation. Here, this is the correct number.
Allah is the best of misrememberers. Lo, Allah is the best of misrememberers. And Allah keeps being confused. In fact, Allah can't even remember which he created first, the heavens or the earth, right? So we already saw the earth, and then he fills it, and then he creates the heavens. Check this out. Surah 2, verse 29. So we have one contradiction, 8 days versus 6 days. Then we have here, Surah 2, verse 29. He it is who created for you all that is in the earth. Remember. Created the earth and then everything in it. He it is who created for you all that is in the earth. Then turned he, so then, after what? After he created for you everything that is in the earth, then turned he to the heaven and fashioned it as 7 heavens, and he is knower of all things. Did you catch that, everyone? He created for you all that is in the earth. The earth is there, up and running. Then turned he to the heaven, and he fashioned it as 7 heavens, and he is the knower of all things. Got that? So earth, then Allah orders the heavens, 7 heavens, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Start in Surah 79, start at verse 27. Are ye the harder to create, or is the heaven that he built? So talk about the heaven, right? Or is the heaven that he built? He raised the height thereof and ordered it. This is talking about ordering it into 7 heavens. He raised the height thereof and ordered it. And he made dark the night thereof, and he brought forth the morn thereof. Interesting. So he creates the heaven. Then what does he do? And after that, verse 30, and after that he spread the earth and produced therefrom water thereof and the pasture thereof. Guys, are you catching this? Are you catching this? Go back. What? Verse 29, he it is who created for you all that is in the earth. Then, so what's first? Earth. Then he orders the heavens, fashions it as 7 heavens. Earth, then heavens. Earth, then heavens. What does this passage say? It's talking about him creating the heavens, raising the height, ordering it, making night and day, dark and light, and so on. And after that, after what? After creating the universe and organizing it, ordering it, turning it into the 7 heavens, after that he spread the earth and produced therefrom the water thereof and the pasture thereof. Allah can't even remember which one he created first. Check this out. You ready for these, AP? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at, man? Oh.
Nothing. No.
Hey, check this out, AP.
Yes.
Look at this. Surah 2, verse 37. Then Adam received some words from his Lord, so he turned to him mercifully. Surely he is oft returning to mercy, the merciful. AP, was Adam a Muslim according to Islam? I keep seeing stuff. Is that one of the things like the Muslim cowboy would say, Adam was a Muslim?
Mm-hmm.
Adam's a Muslim. Adam received some words from his Lord, so he turned to him mercifully. Surely he is oft returning to mercy, the merciful. Interesting. Surah 3, verse 67. Ibrahim, so Abraham was not a Jew or a Christian, but he was an upright man, a Muslim. And he was not one of the polytheists. Adam was a Muslim. Abraham was a Muslim. Okay. Surah 6, verse 14. Say, shall I take a guardian besides Allah, the originator of the heavens and the earth, and he feeds others and is not himself fed? Say, I am commanded to be the first. This is Mohammed. I am commanded to be the first of him who submits himself, and you should not be of the polytheists. I am commanded to be the first who submits himself. That's the first Muslim. Muslim means one who submits. So Muhammad's the first. Chapter 6, verse 163. No associate has he, and this I commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. First one. Chapter 7, verse 143. And when Musa came at our appointed time, and his Lord spoke to him, he said, this is Moses, my Lord, show me thyself, so that I may look upon thee. He said, you cannot bear to see me, but look at the mountain. If it remains firm in its place, then you will see me. But when his Lord manifested his glory to the mountain, he made it crumble, and Musa fell down in a swoon. Then when he recovered, he said, glory be to thee, I turn to thee, and I am the first of the believers.
Such a stupid narrative, by the way.
First believers. And in 26, you have some Egyptians here, and they say, surely we hope that our Lord will forgive us our wrongs because we are the first of the believers. So,
I find it
guys,
so funny that everyone in the Quran always talks and reacts exactly like Muhammad would.
mhm. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you're talking about
Oh, surely Moses
different.
said, Moses, like, oh, surely I am the first of those who submit, of the believers. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Keep going.
different cultures, different languages, different countries, different continents, and everyone speaks exactly like a 7th century Arabian Muhammad. So interesting, so interesting. Yeah, guys, but think about this. So the way to reconcile these passages, so all these people are Muslims. All these people are Muslims. And yet you have repeatedly, I'm the first one. I'm the first one. This is the first one. So Adam's the first Muslim. Abraham's the first Muslim. Moses is the first Muslim. Muhammad's the first Muslim. These are all the first ones. The way that Muslims try to reconcile these things is to say, oh, but Muhammad's the first one there in Arabia or something like that. Well, that doesn't make any sense because Abraham and Ishmael were both in Arabia and so on. So how's that? And they taught people the true religion and had them following Islam, right? And then it was later corrupted and so on. So how is Muhammad the first? So they have to say something like, he was, he's the first, like what, just of his generation or something like that. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. And guys, it's about to really, 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 really not make sense here once we get into the passage that our friend brought up, Surah 2, verse 62. But notice, even this defense, even before we go into that verse, this makes no sense. This makes absolutely no sense. Why? I mean, Moses is the first to believe. Moses. So if you want to say like, oh, Muhammad's the first of his people to believe. Okay, well, that would work for that one, I guess, as long as you ignore all the other stuff about, Abraham and Ishmael and all that stuff. The first of his people. Let's pretend, just for argument's sake. Was Moses the first of his people to believe?
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. He's in the line of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on. He's in the same line with those guys. So anyway, the point is that just absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. But this was brought up here. Watch this. Surah 2, verse 62. Surely those who believe, and those who are Jews, and the Christians, and the Sabians, whoever believes in Allah and the last day, and does good, they shall have their reward from their Lord, and there is no fear for them, nor shall they grieve. Why is this relevant? Well, this means that Christians and Jews, if they believe in God in the last day, they're good to go. They're good to go, right? So guess what? During the time of Muhammad, there are tons of believers all over the place. There are tons of true believers who are going to heaven all over the place. How is Muhammad somehow the first? What are you even talking about? Jews and Christians in Arabia are good to go. But we're not done. Surah 2, verse 62. Surely, look at what this says, ladies and gentlemen. Surely those who believe, and those who are Jews, and the Christians, and the Sabians, whoever believes in Allah and the last day, and does good, they shall have their reward from their Lord, and there is no fear for them, nor shall they grieve. So Christians and Jews and Sabians are fine following their own religions. They're fine. They'll get their reward. Surah 3, verse 85. And whoever desires a religion other than Islam, it shall not be accepted from him, and in the hereafter he shall be one of the losers. Here, if you want any religion other than Islam, it's not going to be accepted, and you're going to hell. So wait, Christians and Jews are fine. Christians, Jews, and Sabians are fine. In Surah 2, verse 62. Surah 3, verse 85, nope, we're screwed. We're going to hell. The only way you can even try to reconcile these is this is saying that there are some Christians and Jews and Sabians who, even though they're Christians and Jews, they're nevertheless they're Muslims because they're submitting to God. And so in that sense, they're actually following Islam. So that's the only way you could defend it. Well, what would that mean? It would mean that there are Christians and Jews and Sabians who actually qualify as Muslims right there in Arabia. So there are already Muslims all over the place before Muhammad. How is he the first one? What are you even talking about?
Well, David, those Jews, of course, those Jews who don't believe that Ezra is the son of Allah, those are, they are fine.
Yeah, they're good. which is all of them.
This is so. One of the excuses is that is being brought up is also, or this of course refers to Jews and Christians before the arrival of Muhammad, before the arrival of the Quran. After Muhammad came and after the Quran was revealed, then then Judaism and Christianity became invalid, and all the Jews and Christians were from then on obligated to convert to Islam, or they would go to hell. But this is first of a very, very strange expectation to have of people who follow their religion closely. Suddenly they are supposed to switch out of that religion and follow Islam. Although until then everything was okay. This is a very, very weird expectation to have of humans. However, that's not the problem. The problem is also why exactly were those Jews and Christians accepted until that point? What was exactly different about the Jews, for example, before and after Islam arrived? They were the same. They were the same during the time of Jesus. They were the same when Christianity arrived. What exactly did they do differently so that Allah accepted them all this time, but somehow will not accept them after this? And then when it comes to Christians, it's even worse. Because the Christians, before the arrival of Muhammad, before the arrival of Islam, the vast majority, it was the mainstream belief that Jesus is God, that Jesus is the Son of God. Christians around the world already had this belief, which, according to the Quran, is an unacceptable belief. According to chapter 5, verse 72 to 75, and so on, this is an unacceptable belief, and Christians will not go to heaven. They will go to hell for eternity if they believe that Jesus is God, or that Jesus is the Son of God. But they believed that all along. The same Christians that this is probably talking about believed that as well before the arrival of Muhammad. So why were they accepted from that? Why is this suddenly invalid and unacceptable?
Yeah, and what AP was just pointing out there. So, guys, you had heretical Christians. So, what Muslims will want to say is, it was okay to, it's talking about heretical Christians who are actually Muslims or something like that. Guys, 100% of Christians believe Jesus is the Son of God. The heretical groups will have some different understanding of that, but make no mistake, every last Christian, Orthodox or heretical, believes that Jesus is the Son of God in some way and therefore would be going to hell, according to Islam. Why is this saying that Christians are fine? Did Allah not know what Christians believe at this point? Because he seems to have a clue later, and he says, nope, not going to be nothing except Islam's going to be accepted. So somehow, during the time of Surah 2, so that's after Muhammad has left Mecca and he's already in Medina, that's when he receives Surah 2. By that time, Christians and Jews are still good. We're good with Allah. We're great with Allah. And somehow, a little later, nope, no religion other than Islam. And you say, wait a minute. So in Surah 2, verse 62, Christians and Jews, whatever else they're doing, they're good enough to be considered having submitted to God. How in the name of common sense are you looking at all these? So there are all these passages. There are all these people who have submitted to God. How is Moses the first one of his people? Other people believed in God. How is he the first believer? How is Abraham the first when you had Adam and Noah before him? How is this making any sense? It doesn't. The point is, there's no way to reconcile this. You can reconcile some of it. You cannot reconcile all of this. It does not hold together. Contradiction.
Muhammad was simply ignorant. He didn't really understand probably what Christians were, what Christians believed in when he heard of Christians, or when he was trying to get on the good side of Christians or win them over and say, "Yeah, I'm one of you. It's the same God. Yeah, same God. Yeah, he sent me. Yeah, I'm one of you guys." Mm-hmm. And they're like, "Get away, man. What is this?"
Yeah. Then, ooh, brother. Ooh, get away with this. Ooh.
Yeah. Then he realized that they don't actually believe in what he thought they believe in. He was slowly exposed to the real beliefs of Christians and Jews, or the real beliefs of Christians. And as he understood them, he then realized, oh, wait a minute, I can't accept that. And this is why a contradiction happens, because Muhammad, if we are supposed to accept that Muhammad is the main source for these Quran verses, Muhammad was ignorant, he was confused, he made up things as he went, which is why in the beginning he says this, and later he rejects all of those different religions. And he was still trying to understand what people believe in, what Jews believe in, toward the end of his life, and even never really understood what Jews believe in, apparently, because he concluded in one of the final, the last chapters of the Quran. If we are supposed to believe that it is one of the final chapters of the Quran chronologically, that Jews believe Ezra is the son of God and they worship him. So he didn't know what was going on. He was ignorant. Which is why he made so many contradictions in this book.
Yeah, guys. So putting all of that together, it's and talking to you Muslims here, what makes more sense of these various passages? A, that if the religion is if these revelations are actually coming from Muhammad, what makes more sense? One, that Muhammad had some misunderstandings and he thought Christians were fine because he didn't know much about Christianity. And then he finds out later, oh no, wait, they say Jesus is the Son of God. Oh my goodness, what? They're talking about the Trinity. Oh no, they're not real. They're not Muslims. So what makes sense? And again, as AP was pointing out, no, Jews are fine. What? What? No, they say Ezra is the son of Allah. What makes more sense? That Muhammad didn't know what he's talking about, and thus all these contradictions and historical blunders and so on, or that Allah is getting all this stuff wrong? What makes more sense, Muslims? That Muhammad is getting all this stuff wrong and this stuff has a human origin, or that Allah is getting all this stuff wrong and he's ignorant and stupid? Take your pick.
Which way, Muslims? Which way?
Which way? Just look at one more, just because it's easy if you wanted to point out some issues. So here's a quick example. Read these real quick. Surah 3, verse 59. Lo, the likeness of Jesus with Allah is as the likeness of Adam. He created him of dust. Then he said unto him, be, and he is. So Adam was created of what? Of dust. Adam was created of dust. You heard it here, folks. Surah 3, verse 59. Adam was created of dust. 1526. Verily we created man of potter's clay, of black mud altered. Now it's potter's clay and black mud altered. 16:4. He hath created man from a drop of fluid, yet behold, he is an open opponent. 21:30. Have not those who disbelieve known that the heavens and the earth were of one piece? Then we parted them, and we made every living thing of water. Will they not then believe? Every living thing was made from water. 96:1. Read, in the name of thy Lord who createth man from a clot. So what's man created from? Dust, mud, drop of fluid, water, a clot, blood clot. Some of these, to be clear, you can reconcile, because the blood clot thing, that's blood clot, that's Muslim. I mean, it's a mistake, but Muhammad, following some other people, believe that there's a blood clot stage in embryonic development, and there was some reasoning for that. Women have a monthly menstrual cycle, and all of a sudden they get pregnant and it stops. What happened? Oh, blood clot. Okay, Ooh. That's not what actually happened. That's what Muhammad thought happened. So anyway, so the point is,
the other thing that you can also reconcile here is probably the created man from a drop of fluid.
Yeah, that's semen.
Semen. So you could still say, okay, both can be true. He can initially create humanity from mud, but also create humans individually from semen. Okay. Yeah. However,
And the point here is you can reconcile some of these. So you can say, okay, in a sense, you're created from it's false, but the clot is not talking about creating man originally, nor is the drop of fluid that's talking about semen. So some of these you can make sense of and you can reconcile them. But guess what? Creating man of black clay, of potter's clay, of black mud altered, that's talking about the creation of Adam. Potter's clay of black mud altered is not the same thing as dust. Clay and dust are different things. Clay and dust are different things. And then, of course,
clay and dust are different things.
Yeah. And then 2130, we made every living thing of water. So water, Water is wet. Dust is dry. What are you saying? I mean, how are you going to reconcile this? You're going to say Allah's what, baking it like baking a cake here? You take your flour, backe, backe, Kuchen, der Bäcker hat gerufen. Wer will guten Kuchen backen, der muss haben 7 Sachen. Eier und Schmalz, butter und Salz. He's whipping it up and he's saying, hey, I'm going to take this dust over here. I'm going to take this black mud. I'm going to take a little bit of this water. I'm going to stir it up in a bowl, and then I'm going to say B, and there's man.
B.
Does Allah need to do any of this? Allah just needs to say B. What's that?
Did you just say water is wet?
Yeah.
Where's your proof?
Yeah. No, that's because the ancients would refute one another like this. They were obsessed. Like if you go back to Thales and Anaximander and Anaximenes and so on, these guys are obsessed with like everything going back to one thing. So like Thales famously said that everything comes from water, but a response would be, wait a minute, there's this other thing that's dry, so it can't be. And so they would argue like that. Oh, you're saying that everything comes from air. Well, that doesn't make sense because there's this other stuff that doesn't have the properties of air and so on. Anyway, the point is dust by definition is something that's dry. Water by definition is something that's wet. Potter's clay and black mud altered, that actually contains different things from what dust is. So the point is it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense unless Muslims want to argue that Allah is doing some big recipe here and that all these have to be taken seriously as things that Allah's taken together to bake up a human being like he's baking a cake. But you have to argue something like that. Point is, got a lot of different things here, ladies and gentlemen, lots of different things for someone who's claiming that the new evidence for Islam is that there are no contradictions. That's what Mohammed Hijab just said. So let's go ahead and back this up. Now we'll let him finish what he was saying. The receptacle.
Islam,
the
the final
receptacle.
message. That
It's just messed up because we read all these passages about Muhammad being covered in semen, and then whenever he says Muhammad's a receptacle, I just can't. Muhammad is a receptacle, all right. He was Diya al-Kalbi's receptacle of something, just not of Revelations. Unless Revelations is what Diya called his. Anyway, all right. Let's see what we got here.
evidence. But then you have so many different things. We talked
different-
about preservation, the lack of
We talked about preservation. Totally nonsense. You'd have to be a complete idiot to take it seriously as an argument, unless you're just completely ignorant and you trust this guy. I have no idea why you would trust him. Then he brought up lack of contradictions. The different versions of the Quran contradict each other, and different Quran verses contradict each other. What's next?
predictions, the inimitability challenge. That
Did you catch that, AP? The inimitability challenge. That there was a challenge from Islam.
there was a challenge from Islam to other people to produce something like it, which is it's a falsification test, effectively, okay, that Islam provides. And then you
Did you catch that, AP?
Yes. The lamest argument is still being used by these idiots.
Yeah. So, guys, the Quran puts forth the challenge repeatedly. If you don't believe this is from God, bring something like it and bring forth your witnesses. This is a challenge for unbelievers. Well, guess what? People have been doing that since the time of Muhammad. There was a guy in Mecca, Al-Nadir. When Muhammad would recite his new revelation, it says, it's right there in Ibn Ishaq. Al-Nadir would stand up after him and recite some of his own verses and say, how is Muhammad's story better than mine? What is that? He's challenging the Muslim community. Muslim community, you said he's got the best stuff. I'm saying, how is his stuff better than mine? He said something, I said something. Tell me how Muhammad's is better. What's he doing? He's meeting this falsification test. What did the Muslims do to Al-Nadir? They captured him at the Battle of Badr and killed him. They ransomed other people. They killed him. They did not want this guy running around saying, Muhammad's revelations actually suck and I can do better. The satanic verses. Satan delivered verses of the Quran. Muhammad thought they were from Allah. So according to that, Satan can make verses that sound exactly like the Quran, even to Muhammad, right? So that's Satan has met the challenge. People have posted entire books. I think there's a website called suralikeit.com or something like that, where people have made multiple surahs like this. There's an entire book called The True Furqan, which is like a Christian version of the Quran. It's written in the style of the Quran, but it's Christian. And so what is the what's the challenge even? What's the challenge even? Guys, let me do something real quick. For people who don't know, I'm going to go ahead and read an entire chapter of the Quran. I'm actually going to read a nice chapter. This is an early chapter when Muhammad was surrounded by enemies, and so it was more peace and tolerance based. But the challenge in the Quran is to write one chapter like a chapter of the Quran. Write one chapter like this. Write one chapter like this. This is Surah 109. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Say, O ye that reject faith, I will not worship that which ye worship, nor will ye worship that which I worship. And I will not worship that which ye have been wont to worship, nor will ye worship that which I worship. To you be your way, and to me mine. That's the entire chapter. What Mohammed Hijab is saying here is the Quran says no one can write something like that. No one can write something. Oh, I like sandwiches, but you don't like sandwiches. Oh, but I like sandwiches and you don't like sandwiches. You won't like sandwiches, but I will like sandwiches. To you be your way and to me be mine. To you be your preferences and to me be my preferences.
You see, you stuttered because you know it's true. It's a miracle.
Isn't this, I mean, this is like ridiculous. And to say that this is so amazing a human being could not come up with it, it must come from God. The Muslim response here is, oh, but it only works in Arabic. Guys, what is it in Arabic? Guys, think about this. What is this in English? It's a series of words, one after another, meant to convey some sort of meaning. What is it in Arabic? It's a series of words arranged in a kind of order to come up to convey some sort of meaning. Mohammed Hijab actually wants us to take seriously the claim that human beings could not put words in this order. Why is that insane? Because human beings can put words in any order. We could put words in any order we want. We can do it. We can do it all day long. So how could you actually argue that a human being cannot put words in this order? It's insane and stupid. And so this will sound different in Arabic and so on, but you're not getting anything. You're never getting to something where you'd say, oh my goodness, a human being could not have come up with that. No one would. So why is this challenge still a thing? Well, Muslims, there's a catch. Muslims are going to judge the contest.
Yes.
That's the catch. Muslims say, hey, you're going to challenge us? If you don't believe that it's from God, write something like it. And we're going to be the judges of whether you met the Quran's challenge. Really, the same guys who will say, well, if Muhammad said there's one God, that's conclusive proof that he's a prophet. Even though anyone else saying there's one God, that's no proof at all. Muhammad has a big mole on his back. This is the proof that he's a prophet. The same guys who think that Muhammad's mole on his back is conclusive proof that he's a prophet, they're going to judge. They're going to be the unbiased judges of whether you have written something like the Quran. The same people who look at Muhammad having sex with a 9-year-old girl, taking the wife of his own adopted son, getting caught with his slave girl, and then swearing an oath by Allah that he won't do it again, and then going back and saying, oh, Allah told me to go ahead and start banging this slave girl again. The people look at that and say, this man's character is so perfect, it could only come from God. These are the guys who are going to judge the contest, and they're going to do it objectively and say, nope, you've failed, go away.
It's very just compare it like this. Think of Elvis, for example. Let's say you have a whole club, a whole movement, or even a religion that is that surrounds Elvis, and that believes that Elvis was actually God. He was divine. And one of the main proofs that they use is that his music is so good, nobody else can do something better than him, can sing or perform something better than he does. And then you organize a challenge, you create a challenge. So this club, this Elvisist religion, creates a challenge, a competition that goes on indefinitely, forever. In fact, every day people come and say, okay, guys, you know what, I'm here to challenge us. I actually have something better than Elvis. So that person comes, the challenger comes, performs their song, and actually lots of the people who are not on the Elvis clubs think, whoa, this sounds better than anything I've heard from Elvis before. But the Elvis Club, however, says, nope, it doesn't. Elvis is definitely better because sounds better, does the whole voice better, does performance better, and this and that. But no, other people don't seem to agree. Other people say, no, this other guy, the challenger, is better. They say, nope, our standards. We decide Elvis is better. So therefore, you have lost. And this challenge of the inimitability of Elvis's music remains to this day undefeated and unchallenged. Therefore, no matter what you say, no matter what you bring, this is proof that Elvis is God. This is exactly what Muslims are doing with the Quran.
Yeah, it's exactly. Think about this. Mohammed Hijab, like he's putting it forward. Oh, this is great falsification test. No one's ever been able to meet it. Well, tons of people think they've met the challenge. Muslims are saying they haven't. Why? Because if you said they met the challenge, you wouldn't be a Muslim anymore. So in order to remain a Muslim, you have to say, no, you failed. And again, it's the same people who look at one of the most awful people who've ever lived and say, yes, his character is a miracle. This is proof that he's the same people who will look at a giant mess of trying to preserve a book and say, this is conclusive proof that it's been perfectly preserved. In other words, they routinely say the exact opposite of what the evidence is, and now they're going to be the unbiased judges of a contest that's meant as a challenge for unbelievers. Unbeliever, if you don't believe in this, then you try to produce something like it and you're going to fail. What are you talking about? I think I've made something that's even better than this. But we judge the contest and we say, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. This is the stupidest challenge of all time. There's never been a challenge to be an argument for a religion that's dumber than this. And Mohammed Hijab starts going, you've got this falsification test that no one has ever been able to meet. My goodness. No one's been able to meet, according to us. So guys, you have multiple problems with this. Suppose it were true. Suppose 1 million people all tried to write something like the Quran and they couldn't. Would that mean the Quran is from God? No. It would mean Muhammad had some sort of unique style. Or that even he was even the best of his style. But would that mean it's from God? To say that, you'd have to say, okay, if you can't write something like Mozart, then you have to admit that Mozart's music is from God. Guess what? If you could have someone who's just the best at something, it would not mean it's from God. You could be the best poet, you could be the best rapper, you could be the best musical composer, you could be the best at something. It would not mean it's from God. It would just mean you have a unique style or you're the best at something.
I want to be the very best.
And then, and so even if Muhammad, no one could meet this challenge, it wouldn't mean it's from God. But in fact, tons of people have met the challenge. Muslims they just deny it. And you've got the most biased people in the world in favor of Muhammad saying that they're the only ones who are capable of being unbiased judges of this contest. And it's just silly and absolutely ridiculous. But I mean, think about this. No one can make something like it. What? Make something that is filled, the sun sets in a muddy pool and stars are missiles that Allah uses to shoot demons and fight those who do not believe and don't be friends with Jews and Christians. Every step of the way, when we bring up these passages to Muslims, they say, oh, what Allah really means here is, and they say something different from what Allah says. So keep in mind, I mean, matter of fact, very simple, AP. The Quran says over and over again, the Quran affirms the inspiration and the preservation and the authority of the Jewish and Christian scriptures. If we ask Mohammed Hijab about these passages, he's going to say, no, what Allah really means is, and it's going to be something different from what Allah says. Well, guess what? How could you write something better than the Quran? Just by saying what Allah actually means would be better, because it wouldn't be completely misleading.
Making it clearer.
It would be better.
Making it clearer, not leaving it to interpretation.
Yeah. Put it in order, like Tommy Robinson did. Guess what? Tommy Robinson's Quran is better than the Quran Muslims have today, just because it's chronological, so you know what abrogates other things. The point is, you could make the Quran better just by doing some basic things. And they're saying, no, this is so great. No one can. What a stupid argument. Stupid.
Yeah. One thing is clear. Muhammad was the Tupac of his time.
He was. It's powerful.
Have predictions of Islam.
Oh,
things
we got predictions.
Which we claim, and obviously we cannot cover this in a short space of time, that have been predicted of the future. Like, for example, the state of the economies of the future.
The state of the economies of the future. He predicted it.
Yeah, he did indeed. He did indeed. You know what he said? You know what he said?
What did he say?
Mohammed said that money will be so abundant. And let me find the actual hadith here.
There's a bunch of those. There's a bunch of those hadiths. Money's going to be so abundant that people are like gold is going to be like treated like a rock and so on because people are so rich. Everyone's so rich. Everyone.
We got everything. We got everything. So there's no poverty. Everyone is rich. First off, that's not possible. That's just not possible. That's not how it works.
That's correct. Yeah.
That is simply not possible. Everyone can't be wealthy. Everyone can't be rich. It is not possible. It does not work. However, also, what kind of a stupid prediction is that? And how in the world does that come true? Is that true right now? Is it true right now that that people all around the world are just doing so well, are all just so wealthy?
Yeah, does it even look like we're on that? So you've got improvements and so on. You've got improvements in quality of life and so on. But are you, is it anywhere on the horizon? If Mohammed Hijab is talking about predicting the future economies of the world, future economies of the world is that gold is going to be a joke because it's so plentiful. There's so much money to go around. No one, like everyone is filthy rich.
Money will be so in abundance so that nobody will accept charitable gifts, for example. This is what Mohammed predicted. Yeah.
Yes, powerful prediction.
Sure, bro.
So that's the accurate prediction there, Mohammed Hijab, about the economy of the future. And I mean, if he's basing his argument on predictions of the future, what are some of the other ones we normally bring up? I normally bring up Dul Khalasa, because it was this pagan center of worship, and Muhammad made a prophecy about it that one of the signs of the end time is going to be these pagan girls running around there with their buttocks exposed and so on, running around Dul Khalasa, and it was destroyed. It was destroyed by Muslims, so it's gone. It's gone. So how is this prophecy going to be fulfilled? Is someone going to rebuild Dul Khalasa as a center of pagan worship right there in Arabia? Is that going to happen? You're going to rebuild that thing just to fulfill the prophecy? But why would the pagans want to fulfill Muhammad's prophecies? So things like that. There's also the one about the boy. Remember the one about the boy? You know that one.
Oh yeah. That's actually one of my favorites. Is that Muhammad, when he was asked, so a group of people comes by and they come to Muhammad and they ask him, "Oh Muhammad, oh Prophet of Allah, when will the hour come? When is the hour?" And Muhammad says, he stands there a little bit, then he looks at a boy in their presence, a young boy, and he says, before this young boy, if he lives, before this young boy grows very old, the hour will be established. Of course, from this, it is understood, and the hadith was also regarded as a end of the world hadith, as a hadith that actually talks about the last hour, the day of judgment. It was understood that he actually meant that before this boy grows very old, before the death of this boy, so within a lifespan of that boy, the last hour would come and the world would end permanently, forever. That will be the end. David, do you think that happened?
No, I was just looked at Pat's leather straps. He says, that boy was the first Muslim.
So that boy is probably not alive anymore.
Yeah.
He probably died back then. And the world did not end. The hour did not come. Muhammad also said when one day, after lots of talks about the Day of Judgment, he said, do you realize the importance of this night, Muslims? Do you realize it? Within 100 years from tonight, all beings will be dead, will be gone. The hour will come, basically. Didn't happen. Didn't happen either. It didn't happen. There are lots of other instances of things. There are some absurd claims that he made. For example, Sahih Bukhari 81, or Volume 1, Book 3, 81. According to that, he makes some vague claims. There will be prevalence of open illegal sexual intercourse, and Muslims will be like, "Oh, look at
it's the
that!
proof.
Look at that!
It's the
Look at that!
proof.
It's the proof. Now you have pornography, and you have people doing things out there." Okay. After that, he also says women will increase in number, and men will decrease in number, so much so that 50 women. There will be 50 women for one man. 50 women for one man.
Nice.
50 women from one man. That's a big ratio right there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to happen? No. Is that happening? No. Is there any sign that
Yes,
such
it
a thing
is.
is happening?
Look at Andrew Tate. He's banging so many women.
Time will pass quickly. Nobody even knows what that means, but they will say. But Muslims will actually, in Muslim culture, this will actually be brought up, and they will say, and one of the prophecies is that time will pass quickly. And doesn't it feel like everything is going by very quickly?
Yeah.
Because people actually say that, and this
Yeah.
is ridiculous because people will say the same thing everywhere in the world, because as you get older it feels like time passes more quickly, which is related to lots of things that go on in your life and how you perceive things. But many Muslims around the world will actually talk of this as if it was a universal truth, that time is actually generation by generation passing by more quickly, and that this is actually proof that this prophecy is true. I don't know. There's just so much here. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so you have multiple things. One, if you take the Muslim sources seriously, the Muhammad is saying all kinds of things constantly, and he's just blabbing so many things that, like, it doesn't matter what happens, you'll be able to point to something. So just for an example, right? You have Muhammad's prophecies that Islam's going to take over and dominate the world. And I saw the east of the east and the west of the west, and I saw the authority of Islam ruled everything that I saw. So if Islam were to take over the world, they say, you look, Muhammad said it right there. If Islam crumbles and starts disappearing, what are they going to say? They're going to quote Muhammad said that Islam's going to sort of shrivel up and crawl back into its hole like a snake. So no matter what happens, if it takes over the world, you see, here's a hadith that says something like that. If Islam just falls apart and crumbles, you see, Muhammad said that. It doesn't matter what actually happens in the world. If you spend tons of times blabbing about, in other words, if you make 50,000 prophecies about the future, I can make 50,000 predictions of what's going to happen in the future. And guess what? A bunch of those are going to turn out to be correct. And if I have a bunch of dumb followers who are just going to zero in on those things and ignore everything else I said that's indisputably false or that's been completely falsified, and they're going to say, this is the proof, well, you can kind of do that. And so that, notice, that's assuming that these things go back to Muhammad. In reality, Muhammad's followers in the second century of Islam, they're cooking up stories like they're cooking up falafel. They're making things up left and right. If you wanted to defend your group or something like that, or your perspective, then whatever's happening in the second century of Islam, you say, hey, Muhammad prophesied that, and he prophesied that this is going to happen, and this group is going to win, and then you exalt yourself. That was happening left and right.
Yeah, there is more, but wait, there's more. So there's, for example, Muhammad said very explicitly, and this can be found in, for example, Sahih Muslim 41, 70, 44. He said, I and the last hour have been sent like this. And he joined his forefinger and his middle finger, according to the description. So, I and the last hour have been sent like this. And he brought them close together, thereby implying, it's imminent. It's very soon. I am the final messenger. It's about to come. It's about to come. Son, you better listen up.
Mm-hmm.
Allah sent me down here. Allah sent me, Mohammed, down here. Because Allah told me, I and the day of judgment, we are like this. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. You better believe it. So become a Muslim right now. That's what he told his people. In other examples, there are credible reports by Islamic standards, authentic reports, that he believed a little boy in his presence who lived at his time, Ibn Sayyad, that this boy was actually the Dajjal, which means the Islamic equivalent of the Antichrist. He's supposed to come at the very end. His friend Omar, who also became the second caliph, He suspected that little boy of being the Dajjal, and Muhammad also shared that suspicion. He did say it might be him. He might be the Dajjal. So they were thinking. So Muhammad was thinking, according to those sources, that a boy who was an adolescent, according to the reports, in his presence, would grow up to become the Dajjal, the Islamic version of the Antichrist, the false Messiah, who would then bring about the end of the world, and where all the bad things would be unfolding. So he did think that during a lifespan of a child or an adolescent at this time, the end would come. These are authentic Sahih reports by Islamic standards. Seriously, it's not made up. It's not dubious. These are authenticated hadiths by Islamic standards, and they show that he was clearly delusional and just said whatever he wanted to say. He was also afraid of solar eclipses. When there was an eclipse, he was terrified, and he thought, "Oh, well, this might be the end. This might be the end." Um, there are reports where he says, for example, Sunan ibn Majah 536 4091. He says, "You will fight the Romans and victory will be granted. Then you will fight the Dajjal and victory will be granted." So, according to Muhammad, the Muslims would fight the Romans. The Muslims would fight the Romans. And then once they're done with the Romans, once they have defeated the Romans, the Dajjal would come and they would fight the Dajjal. Where are the Romans? Where are the Romans? According to another hadith, he said that that prior to the day of judgment, the Romans would make up the majority of humans on the earth. The Romans are gone. They're gone. When he was talking of the Romans, he was referring to the Byzantines, the Eastern Roman Empire. So some people actually say, "Oh, by Romans he meant Western people. He meant Christian people." Well, that's also not true. Western or Christian people are also not the majority of human population. However, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, why would he say Romans instead of Christians? He was clearly referring to those people who are now gone. And so on. There is just no end to this. There is another one, Abu Dawood 14 25 29. "When you see the caliphate has settled in the Holy Land, the last hour would be nearer to mankind than this hand of mine is to your head," putting his head on somebody's head. So he said, when you conquer Jerusalem, which he means by the Holy Land, according to this hadith, the hour will be as close as my hand is to your head right now. And then there are other sources where he says Gog and Magog are about to escape and they are about to come. According to another hadith, he says the son of Mary is about to descend any time now. And so on. So referring to Jesus, the Islamic version of Jesus, of course. He made these prophecies and was clearly prophesying the end that was imminent, that was about to happen, that was within a lifespan, or within that generation, within those generations. And it didn't happen. It didn't come true. Back then, Muslims thought, according to one of the most credible scholars in Islamic in Islam, according to one of the most credible hadith scholars, Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, people back then in Muhammad's time did believe that the end is almost there, and they did indeed believe that some of the major end time prophecies are coming true and have already come true, and the end is about to happen now. Of course, his conclusion is that they misjudged it. But in his time, many other people also thought, hey, it's about to happen. For 1,400 years, they thought it's about to happen because that's what Muhammad made it look like. And people still think the same thing. You can't argue, oh, well, he's perfect prophet. You can verify everything. No, you can't.
Yeah. So what we can say is, so if you're Muslim and you believe Muhammad said these things and made these predictions, if they didn't come true in the way they sound like he meant them. So in other words, if he says, hey, this little boy's going to be around until the end, when he says things like that and it obviously doesn't happen and so on, can you interpret those how you want and say, oh, what he really means is this? And when he says all these things that make it sound like it's about to, it's right there, it's about to happen. Can you believe that there's some future fulfillment of these things? Of course you can. Can you turn around and ask us to view this as good evidence? No,
Yes.
you can't. No. So you can believe what you want about the prophecies. You can believe, there's some future fulfillment and it's all going to make sense. It's all going to make sense at some point. You could do that. Can you come to us and say, look at this? It's so clear that this is that Muhammad accurately predicted the future. No. And so Mohammed Hijab, sorry. We'd love to see your Muhammad's prophecies about the state of the economies of the future when money is so plentiful that no one wants any because everyone's so loaded. Yeah, go ahead and show us how this has been fulfilled. AP, we might need to get a point where we like put something together on like a bunch of the prophecies like that people can have handy, because it looks like now that they don't have their perfect preservation and their scientific miracles argument, it looks like they're backtracking to other arguments that we refuted a long time ago, and so they stopped using them, and so people stopped using the refutations, and so now that people aren't learning the refutations anymore because these are from arguments that fell out of favor 15 years ago, now they're circling back to use these old arguments again that people aren't ready for, and so it's just going to be the cycle. Like 10 years from now, is someone going to come out, oh, you know what the new miracle is? The Quran's been perfectly preserved right down to the letter. Like after everyone stops using it and then people stop. Oh my goodness, what a joke. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, wow, this is the best thing I've ever heard. This proves Islam is true.
Economies of the future. All right, let's see here.
The way the infrastructure will look like in the future, and so on and so forth, that no other religion or claimant to prophecy in the history of the world has ever been so precise about, and so
precise
with such frequency. And
yeah, such frequency. People are going to be so rich that gold is going to be like a garbage rock that people just throw away.
I'll tell you, and I'm saying this very bluntly right here. Mohammed Hijab would not dare to actually debate this topic in detail.
Definitely wouldn't touch the character of Muhammad.
Dare to debate these topics.
He wouldn't debate anything he's saying right now, not one thing.
Yeah. But especially the whole prophecy predicting the future, he wouldn't dare debate this. The authenticity, the reliability of the Quran, he wouldn't dare debate these things. He wouldn't do this. This is why he will always focus on other stuff like, let's do Christianity versus Islam. Let's do atheism versus... No. He will never, ever agree to actually have a proper debate on these claims that he's making on the Quran and Muhammad's claims. Because once they are put under scrutiny, he will crumble. Those will crumble. He would never do this. He's a coward.
And by the way, this is true of Dawah in general. I mean, how many of the Dawah guys are willing to debate Muhammad? Was Muhammad a prophet? I pointed out before, guys, win that argument and you win. If Muhammad's a true prophet and you can show that he's a true prophet, you win. You win all the debates and they won't touch it. Like, can you imagine that? You've got like, we've got this guy and our entire religion is based on this one guy and is built around this one guy and everything that came out of this one guy. And we walk around saying there's all this proof of this one guy. We have so much proof, mountains of proof. And someone says, why don't we actually debate it so that after you say your things about prophecies and his character and so on, we let people hear both sides of the story? They'll never allow it. They won't let it happen. They won't let it happen. Not on stage. No. Why? You don't believe what you're saying. Hijab, you do not believe what you're actually saying about this evidence. We have the historical aspects. Okay, now we have another point. We have the historical aspects of. Let me back. We don't want to miss what Hijab
there are
saying.
Muslims watching this right now. There are Muslims watching this, making stupid, nasty comments and things like that. Go to Mohammed Hijab. You can probably message him. Go to him, challenge him to debate these things openly with people.
Yeah,
with
anyone.
With
He'll never do it.
With
Yeah, not with anyone.
He'll probably agree to debate it with somebody who doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
And then just gish gallop against them. But he would never dare to actually focus on these claims that he's making and have a debate on them in a moderated environment. He wouldn't do this.
Guys, that's why Mohammed Hijab, we can say Mohammed Hijab does not believe what he's saying right now. He's putting this forward as evidence and bragging about how clear this is, and no one can respond to this. Is so powerful. And think if he actually believed that this is powerful evidence and that there are not good responses, why would he not want to step on stage with someone who can respond to this stuff? Because he does not believe what he's saying. He does not believe that these are good arguments. He knows it. It's the same. Guys, it's the exact same thing with Muslim scholars saying perfect preservation. Did all these Muslim scholars know that the Quran has not been perfectly preserved? Yes. Did all of them say perfect preservation? Yeah. Why? They believe it's totally acceptable and even a good deed to mislead people if you misleading them converts them to Islam.
Mm-hmm.
They believe it's good. Deceiving people is good if it gets them to believe in your religion. And that's what's going on right now. And so he has here, oh, and by the way, AP, you did have a infidel noodle on your comment on the Dajjal. She said, no, I heard the real Dajjal is a guy called Ridvan.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I heard
that's
that
true,
too.
actually.
I heard that too.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think it would be funny if we got attacked and we lost an eye, just because that would be funny stuff about the Dajjal in the future. All right. So
if I was Salman Rushdie, I would totally exploit this situation and to pick myself as a job. Yeah.
Matter of fact, someone who's close to him needs to tell him, you just need to write a book called "I Am the Dajjal" and just have your face on there with your watch. Yep. All right, let's let Hijab finish.
And sophistication. Then we have the historical aspects. I've kind of just mentioned it in the other question, where we're talking about how history is being described in a manner which is consistent with how historians find the new histories, which the Prophet ﷺ didn't really have access to in that manner. And then you have...
hang on. Okay, so he got history right? So Alexander the Great... so let me get this straight. Alexander the Great was a devout Muslim, even though the Alexander we know about was the most pagan of all pagans. You can't be more pagan than Alexander the Great was. But Alexander the Great, according to the Quran, was a devout Muslim. He went way out west and found the place where the sun sets. Then went through and found the place where the sun rises, and he built this giant wall that's still there, that's holding back the hordes of Gog and Magog. And according to Yasser Qadi, these are actually zombie hordes and so on, but they're there. It's a big wall that's keeping them trapped there, and they've been trapped, and there's billions of them. They're all trapped, and they're going to be released in the end time. That this actually happened. This is good history.
Of course.
And AP, he's talking about history. He's using history. I have no idea what he's even talking about here. But like Jesus giving life to clay birds, that sort of thing. We know where these stories came from, ladies and gentlemen. We know exactly where these stories came from. The story of the 7 sleepers, we know where that story came from. We find stories in the Quran that we know come from the Talmud. We know they come from later apocryphal Christians. We know where these stories came from. Muhammad, what did Muhammad get right about history that didn't just happen to be something that someone was telling him during his time? What Muhammad Hijab?
I know what he will mention. He will mention the whole the Pharaoh versus king thing.
Oh yeah, the Pharaoh versus king thing. I'm sure he did bring that up as his matter of fact. I think we went through that over on IP's where we went through his claims, and Inspiring Philosophy just ripped that to shreds and showed how the Quran has so many problems. It talks about people being crucified before crucifixion had been invented. It talks about money units that people were using when that hadn't been invented yet. But keep in mind, it's the exact same thing. There'll be error. Oh, something we can twist into something being right. You see, this is the proof. Error. And they just fixate on anything. They do that with like prophecies about Muhammad. It could be verse 1 contradicts Islam, verse 2 contradicts Islam, verse 3 contradicts Islam. You get down verse 18. Oh, that's something that looks like it could fit with Islam. You see, this is the proof. And then the next verse contradicts Islam. The next verse contradicts Islam. And they'll say that, verse 18, this is the proof that Islam is true. And it's just amazing. But yeah, so history is not your friend, Mohammed Hijab. Muhammad was a huge plagiarist. Show us something that he got right that we would take seriously.
You see what he's doing here in this video, right? The video is meant to The question is meant to clarify or meant to show to people how he can prove that Islam is true. What he does is he just bombards them with vague statements without even explaining anything he says, thereby making it look like, look, we have so many reasons to believe that Islam is true. Let me mention this one and that one and that one and that other one and that one, and not to mention this one and that one. And he doesn't actually explain any of those. So he doesn't show to any viewer here that Islam is actually true. He just mentions different topics and makes it look like it is, of course, well known that these are accurate and these are true, therefore Islam is true. And this is just such a lousy and lazy attempt at trying to convince people that Islam is true. And it's so dishonest.
Yeah, this is just horrible. This is horrible stuff. Think about this. He's not giving us anything that we could actually, as AP pointed out, it's all these just vague claims. Oh, this and this, and oh, there's so much proof about Muhammad predicting the economies of the future and so on. Just making those kinds of claims. But who are these claims coming from? One of the biggest liars I've ever met in my entire life. That's who it's coming from. A guy who AP, who has had an encounter with this guy and didn't walk away saying this guy's a liar? Alex O'Connor, so Cosmic Skeptic, walked away. This guy's a liar. He posted an entire video about what a liar this guy is. That was my impression of a total liar. Made all these requirements for the debate and then broke them all. Like went down the line, breaking them all. You've pointed out he made an agreement with you and then says I don't have to follow because it wasn't in writing. Yeah. But if it was in writing, he would just made another excuse. He challenges people to a fight and then makes so many. And I said it when it happened. I said he'll make so many conditions that the other guy's just going to say this is a joke and not going to go through it, and then he'll thump his chest. It's exactly what he did. You're dealing with chronic, compulsive liars who have found a niche in the world where that is valued and praised, and you will become the hero of the religion, the bigger the liar you are. And here he is, and we're all supposed to take him seriously.
You brought up Alex O'Connor. Like, Alex O'Connor is one of the nicest people out there. Doesn't have a problem with anybody. People he harshly disagrees with, he still tries to be as charitable as possible and reconciliate. Mohammed Hijab actually caused Alex O'Connor to make a whole, exposing Mohammed Hijab video, he actually fought with Alex O'Connor, and Alex O'Connor just walked away from this saying this guy is unbelievably dishonest and a terrible person.
Yeah, didn't he like threaten him? He said something like, "Of course,
yes.
We know the area where you're in, and it'd be a shame if some people saw you there or recognized you and stuff like that." It's like, oh my goodness, this is Dawa, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dawa. Okay, so the amazing historical Muhammad was really, really, really knew his history. How could he have known? That Alexander the Great was actually a Muslim? Impossible to know. But let's see.
For example, the way in which Islam talks about naturalistic phenomena in a manner which can,
like the sun setting in a muddy pool. How can Muhammad have known that?
Be conceived of the people of the past and also the people of the present.
You see that? The way he talks about naturalistic phenomena. That's like science. Now he's going like, what are you going? Are you circling back to the scientific miracles? That Muhammad is getting nature right? Are you kidding? Sun setting in a pool? Stars are missiles that Allah uses to shoot demons? Semen is formed between the backbone and the ribs? Human embryos go through a blood clot stage? I can't even figure out what he's saying, but is he circling back to that? This is insane, man. It's just, again, what is he actually giving evidence? He's making a bunch of vague claims saying, oh, then this is miraculous. Guess what? Anyone can do that. A Mormon could come along and say, yes, Joseph Smith is proven true by his amazing character and by what he said about God. How could he have known all the things he got right about history and science and things that weren't verified until years later and all the prophecies he made about the future and so on. So you're talking about, wow, this all sounds good. Who's this meant for? Someone who has no clue. And we've seen this before. What's he doing? He's going on a big channel to speak to a bunch of very, very poorly informed people, hoping that some of them are dumb enough to fall for these claims without looking them up.
Wait, is this a channel towards eternity?
Yeah.
That's a Turk. Yeah, that is in Turkish. Such a channel exists. They expanded and went into doing it in English too, and it's just so bad. It's so poor
I know.
in Turkish, and they actually felt the need to do it in English as well because of the Turkish success. Because Turkish people are not very.
Don't be racist. Don't insult Turkish people, man. You come across like a racist against Turkish people.
Because Turkish people are very intelligent and very, very well informed. So that's why.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where he goes to make a point. Fantastic, man.
All right. Well, he's almost done here. What else he
In a
got?
very timeless way, unlike the way the Bible does it.
You heard the
Talking
Bible.
about, for example, the plants being created before the sun.
Watch
And
this.
how could it survive without photosynthesis? I don't know. It looks like the
Just so everyone knows, IP did respond to that when we went live about this, but watch what he says. He's saying that based on Genesis, he says, I don't know, it looks like the author of the Bible. Watch this.
author of the Bible in this particular passage needed to go back to school, so to say.
Who revealed Genesis according to Islam, AP?
Allah.
Allah. Ladies and gentlemen, Surah 3, verses 3 to 4. Allah revealed the Torah. What he's talking about, what Mohammed Hijab here is talking about the Torah, and he said whoever wrote Genesis needs to go back to school. And he says that based on the creation of the plants and so on. Guys, we read the passage. Allah created. Matter of fact, let's go back to them real quick. He just said that you have to go back to school. All right, check this out. Go through these again real quick. Real quick. Watch this. Say, O Muhammad, unto the idolaters, disbelieve ye in him who created the earth in 2 days and ascribe unto him rivals. He and none else is the Lord of the worlds. He placed therein firm hills rising above it and blessed it and measured therein its sustenance, that's its food, in 4 days. So what did Allah create? He created the earth and then created its sustenance, its food, and so on. Then what happened? Then turned he to the heaven while it was smoke and said unto it and unto the earth, come both of you willingly or loth. They said, we come obedient. Then he ordained them 7 heavens in 2 days and inspired in each its mandate. And we decked the nether heaven, the lowest heaven, with lamps. That's the stars. When are the stars, including the sun, created according to the Quran? After the earth is up and running with all its food. Hijab just said, what are we supposed to make of this? That the author of the Quran needs to go back to school. Not according to me, according to Mohammed Hijab. The author of the Quran needs to go back to school, according to Mohammed Hijab. He's got the earth up and running with his sustenance, and then the stars, including the sun, were created. That's what he says. And then Hijab wants to bless Genesis, which, according to the Quran, was revealed by Allah. So if Genesis is a problem, then what do we have? The author of the Quran needs to go back to school because he doesn't realize Genesis can't be trusted. So multiple different ways based on what he just said. The author of the Quran is a complete idiot who needs to go back to kindergarten, according to Mohammed Hijab.
Also, if somebody talked like this about the author of the Quran, you know how he would react. He'd be like,
how dare you speak offensively? We'll dig up dirt on you. We'll look into your family and dig up dirt about your family. What is this? Look what your cousin is doing. Do you want us to expose your cousin?
you think we don't have gangsters?
This is a ton of clown stuff. All right, a couple seconds left. Let's see if he's got anything left.
So then you have things like that. And so we continue speaking in that manner
What line?
until we realize that on all these grounds.
On what grounds? I
The
haven't seen
Quran
any.
really is ironclad.
Ironclad.
It's the gold standard.
The gold
There's nothing
standard.
that can beat it. And
Nothing
so how
can
do we
beat
know
it.
Islam is true? If someone
It's
is
the gold
sincere and they're
standard,
really
man.
looking to find that truth, with these kinds of evidences, there's nothing I would say with categorical
which evidence?
confidence that can match that.
Which evidence? If you didn't mention anything.
Yeah, guys, he just said it's ironclad. It's the gold standard. Would
It's the
he
gold-
ever in a million years step on stage with that as a defense of Islam in an environment where there's going to be an informed person responding? No. Does he really believe it's ironclad? No. Does he really believe it's the gold standard? No. Does he really believe anything he just said? I don't think he does. I think he believes in Islam. I don't think he believes in any of these arguments that he's using. It's just Islam is true somehow. Allah's really kind of sloppy in the way he put it out, but I have to defend it. That's my job. And I have to win more people to this religion, to hold it together, to stop the avalanche of apostasy. This is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
I can speak for myself and for David here when I say, without even asking David, we both would say that we are confident that Islam is completely false and ridiculous and stupid, that Islam is false, and we would be ready and willing to have moderated debates on this particular claim that Islam is false with any known apologist.
Mm-hmm.
We would be told we would do this. We are fine with it because we confidently and firmly believe that Islam is false. We would be ready and willing to do this. Can these Muslim apologists like Mohammed Hijab also say, I confidently believe that Islam is true, and therefore I am ready to debate these claims with those who disagree? I guarantee you, no, they can't say it, and they won't do it.
Mm-mm. Absolutely. And guys, I mean, just think about what a joke this is. This is ironclad. What do you mean by ironclad? You mean it will stand up. It will stand up to criticism and scrutiny. Will he subject these claims to criticism and scrutiny? Not in a trillion years. Does he believe it's ironclad? No, he doesn't. Fake. It's all fake, guys. Dawah is just pure deception and posturing and faking. That's what it is. It's just let's pretend we have a strong case because there are people in the world who will just trust our apparent confidence. When we say, oh, it's ironclad, it's strong, they'll go, oh, wow, it's strong. Let me convert to this, or let me continue believing in this. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. So, AP, you didn't see anything there that would make you think, oh, maybe I made a dumb decision by leaving Islam?
Nope. It was so terrible. I'm thinking maybe I should just watch that volleyball match that you mentioned earlier tomorrow. It's probably much more interesting than whatever Mohammed Hijab has to say.
Yes, it is. My goodness. Guys, again, that's the best. So those were the best arguments of the best Dawah guy on the planet. That's it. That's what the case for Islam now is. Just pretending, just making up a bunch of stuff. All right. Try and go through these super chats.
I see it all the time. Whenever I tweet something, I post something. Why don't you go and debate Mohammed Hijab?
Yeah, it's the same thing that we used to get about Zakir Naik. You never say this to Zakir Naik. What are you talking about this? Everyone's been challenging Zakir Naik for years. He's the one who's not going to touch this stuff.
Yeah. Mohammed Hijab is the very person who challenged me to a debate and then backed out of that very debate by publicly lying about the conditions of the debate. I'm still here.
Yep. We'll be here long after Muhammad. I told you guys, Dawah guys have a half-life. I mean, a lifespan, let's say, of as far as their careers, 5 to 7 years. So Mohammed Hijab's going to be coming up on the end of that real quick. I mean, as far as once they get really popular, they don't last long because they all have some new shtick, and then they eventually resort to doing stuff like this, and people catch on, and then don't buy it anymore. Doesn't he seem like he's like getting like frazzled and breaking over time? Like like more obvious that he's like getting desperate. You know what I mean? It just comes across that way. Like, I don't know. When I see his new videos and he's like, so I'm just going to make fun of one guy and praise the other person who said something I like and stuff. And it's like, this is what you are now, dude? Sounds like you're falling apart. Anyway, zoom through some of these. If Mo wasn't a prophet, what could he be? False prophet? Cult leader? Yeah. Cult leader using his influence to get power, land, wives, sex slaves, a child bride. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's only what all cult leaders do. Giovanni says, bro has the most convenient revelations. He does, doesn't he?
He does.
And I should notice that. I should notice it. Oh my God.
They come always just in time.
Just in time. Anytime you want something, you get a revelation from Allah saying you get it. Quite a coinky-ding. Carol says, I had a routine colonoscopy this week and thought often about Sunan Abu Dawood. I considered sharing the joke with the doctor, but he had an Arabic name. You know, hey, this is like Muhammad. This is just like what Muhammad said. No. Yeah. I don't even like, I'm careful about Like even if I'm at a restaurant or something like that, anyone who's going to be handling my food, I do not want to upset that person in any way. If someone was giving me a colonoscopy, I really would not want to even risk upsetting that person.
That's dangerous, man.
Surah 3, verse 54 proves Allah is the Father in the Bible, John 8:44. Yeah, the Father, that's Satan is the father of lies, and this is Allah bragging about being the best of deceivers. So, yeah, I have the impression that Islam is just a parody of the Abrahamic religion that has gone off the rails. I mean, must hadiths are pure comedy. Yeah, it does seem like that. It seems like a bad knockoff. Okay, let me see if I understand this correctly. Adoption canceled by Mohammed, but you can marry your adopted son's wife? Makes sense, brother. Yeah. And guys, really, I have no idea how to reconcile that at all. Like I've been pointing that out for years. I still have no idea from an Islamic perspective how you actually make sense of that. What surprises me is there are 2 billion of them, and all of them supposedly read these books. No, they do not read these books. That is the misperception. You basically have the scholars, they study their stuff. Everyone else, their main job is to listen to their scholars. But your average Muslim, if you sit down with your average Muslim, a Muslim from school, coworker, or something like that, and you start pointing out, look at what the Quran here. Why does the Quran say that Christians have to judge by the gospel? Why does the Quran say that that Jews and Christians have no ground to stand upon unless they stand upon the Torah and the gospel? Why does it say these things? I can guarantee you that person has never heard that before, ever, his entire life. Why? Because they're not reading it. They're not reading this stuff. And all of them supposedly read these books. How on earth can one follow a faith which has such Stone Age barbaric ideas? Don't they see the fallacies, or is this willful ignorance? Here's the thing. Your average Muslim is not reading these sources. They're listening to their imam and so on, their family and their dawah guy and so on. Guess what? The dawah guy, something is just so clear. We have all the proof. We got the proof. We got the gold standard. It's ironclad. No one can challenge this. The average Muslim doesn't know that everyone's challenging him on this and thinks it's a joke and would gladly, but they think, oh, look, he sounds really confident and strong. So that's the problem. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. They have built up a religion that is based upon false confidence. We just got work to do to deal with that. Thank you.
Nobody can do it.
Ooh. Thank you, Mo, for addressing the hard-hitting issues. Taking your adopted son's wife, which foot should go first into the bathroom, what hand to wipe with, how many dates to eat. This man told me everything I don't need to know.
Yeah.
Mary Poppins before Muhammad Poppins. Momo was the best because we use him as the standard. Yep. They use him as the standard, and then no, he's perfect for our standard. Yep. By that criteria, if Muhammad was a prophet, then Hitler was the true Islamic last fake prophet. Yeah, you could take anyone. You could take anyone and use the same approach that Mohammed Hijab just used. Wasn't the prophet partying on Epstein Island? He would have been.
He was.
And his followers would defend it. Oh, he was probably just there to give dawah.
God, that just reminds me of the Destiny clip.
What's that?
Where he's talking about how Muslims just are so desperate for the whole celebrity thing that they will just accept anyone. And he says it in a much better way. But if Epstein was found in his cell with a prayer rug,
that dude's funny, man. AP should have signed a treaty of Hudaybiyah with Mohammed Hijab. Oh, that's funny. That's actually a perfect example because they had the treaty of Hudaybiyah and then the Muslims broke it. The Muslims broke the treaty. So yeah, what good would a document do? We must understand this was Mo's incest jihad. Oh, as far as his adopted son's wife.
Yes.
Z Beam, rap artist from Australia. Islam has more holes in its logic than a cheese grater. It's a triangle Rubik's cube with you mean Rubik's cube with 10 different colors, and they have a problem with the Trinity. Yeah. Oh, the Trinity doesn't make sense. Only makes sense is Allah has 2 right hands. Good refutation.
Why would you believe that Mary is God?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yes. It makes even less sense than Jews worshipping Ezra. Good refutation on Muslims who say we love Jesus more than you. Christians instituted orphanages. Islamed abolished adoption like we did slavery. Yep. Muhammad, Christians abolished slavery. Muhammad abolished adoption. Meanwhile, Christians built orphanages. That's funny. My first message, Tommy Robinson compiled the Quran book. He's making more Brits aware, and they are finally talking about the real issue rather than yelling racist. Yeah, guys, that actually ties into what I said about the Dawa guys. Think about Dawa guys from 10 years ago. They're gone. They're all gone. They've moved on to doing something. People caught on. No one pays attention to them anymore. Look at who's been dealing with Islam. Go back 15, 20 years. Who was it? Robert Spencer, Tommy Robinson, D. Wood. We're all still here. Why? We weren't basing our claims on tricks and deception that you could ultimately undermine and come in and destroy. Why? Why is everyone still here on our side? And their guys have to keep cycling through new guys who come up with a new debate trick or a new Dawa trick or something like that.
Because Dawa guys don't last long.
They don't last long. Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa do not last long. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. Adopted sons who love their fathers will die for their fathers, will take a bullet for their fathers, but won't share their wife with their father.
Nice one.
Okay, I got to do that with Ali Dawa. Adopted sons who love their fathers will die for their fathers, yeah? Will take a bullet for their fathers, but won't share their wife with their father. What sense does that make, yeah? And then you wonder why your father take your wife and abolish adoption. It's your fault. I am under the influence of alcohol right now due to depression. Please pray for me. Yeah, alcohol not a good long-term solution. Not a good long-term solution. Yeah, Milton. Yeah, let us know how things go.
Very bad.
Things get better, man. Things get better. Yeah, things happen. Things happen, but things get better. Yeah, I'm just saying that because that's actually what I'm dealing with right now. Not for myself, for my brother. He's about to be up for parole, and I mean, just in the past several years, he lost his wife, our mom, our other brother. He lost his kid because he got locked. The guy's lost everything. I'm like all he's got left in life. And dude, you don't want to be clinging to D Wood as your last thing left in life and so on. So it's just a rough situation. So yeah, lots of people going through lots of stuff. And so it's just one of the things I like, how do I help encourage my brother? Dude, you're younger than me. You got your whole life ahead of you. And so anyway, yeah. 93% poor thinking people are following you. Oh yeah. That was the 7% thinking, No, I actually like it when we get the 7 or 8 or 10% because that means we got like 7 or 8 or 10% Muslims watching. That's good. Mohammed Hijab built like a T800. D Wood built like Kyle Reese. AP built like Sarah Connor. And lastly, Mike Winger is an in real life T1000. Draw your own conclusions. This is the dumbest comment I've ever seen in my entire life.
Man.
Mike Winger is like that girl's boyfriend in the first Terminator, and Terminator like flung him through a wall. I'm trying to think who in the movie would be like Mike Winger.
You know what's funny?
What?
I've never watched a single Terminator movie.
What the heck is wrong with you?
You see?
You have to watch those so you understand that you need to be concerned about AI. No, the first two were some of the greatest sci-fi movies ever made. After that, it was pretty hard downhill.
I remember when I was a child sitting there at some point
like
and
a
being
child.
subjected to a Terminator movie or something. I don't know. But that's it. I never watched them.
Oh.
But on my own will. Never interested.
AP, atheist, no interest in Terminator movies. Enough said. Aisha's Goat says Muhammad's favorite animal was a black homosexual donkey when committed suicide after Muhammad died. Yeah, that's true. Hijab, stronger, younger, yet claims the fight is unfair. Symbolic, like 1.5 billion people with all the world's oil still crying oppression. Yeah, so Mohammed Hijab saying, hey, I'm younger, I'm stronger, but this guy who's half my size and twice my age, it's unfair. It's unfair because he knows more jujitsu than I do. And that is similar to, I mean, it's a perfect parallel. It's a perfect parallel. He's this giant, he's the Muslim, and this tiny little Israeli guy, and Muhammad is, no, it's not fair. It's not fair. You've got all the advantages, even though I'm huge and strong. But that's like Islam. Oh, it's 2 billion of us and tiny couple little million of you, but it's not fair. You're too strong.
Israel is too strong, and they're controlling the whole world and everything, and they're even controlling our governments. And we
need help. There's only 2 billion of us. We have to run around and get help from college kids.
It would be a fair fight if you could maybe take their weapons away.
Hey, LGBTQ community, will you save us? Will you help us? Come, start Queers for Palestine and save us.
It's typical. They're acting tough all along, acting tough, and then being so.
That's a good parallel. I don't know how I didn't point that out clearly when it happened. Like how perfect this is. Big guy thumping his chest, completely terrified of this little Israeli guy.
Yeah.
But still thumping his chest like he's strong. AP, this is for you.
Mr. Borelli, keep saying that all day. What?
Oh, no. And hearing Ali Dawa as well with a D-Wood voice. Seriously, guys, now I'm addicted. Golden shower. Random golden shower. Sal Willis, both of you, please get the ooh, brother, ooh, as a drop. Yeah. Yeah, we need that. I actually downloaded, there's a green screen version that you can insert over stuff. I'm going to start using that.
Yeah.
Our Zabubas bring all boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. You can make the first move, and we'll do the rest. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a Muta. Now we got a Muta channel. Oh, Muta. Get it? It's a cow. That's a cow site. It's Muta. Do a sketch where
Muta brings all the boys to the yard.
My Muta brings all boys to the yard. Do a sketch where Mo is going over all his OCD rituals to a therapist. Someone steals the doctor's notes, and that becomes the hadith. Oh yeah, that would be funny. I don't know how we didn't do that when we had you as Sigmund Freud back in the day from Muhammad's Boom Boom Room. I don't know how we didn't get into the OCD stuff. We might need a part 2 in the future.
Yes, we should. I am Sigmund Freud, by the way.
I just want to know where the idea of sex with watermelon came from in Islam. I don't know.
It came from Palestinian. Because Muhammad was the original Palestinian. That's where it came from.
Mm-hmm. Hey, AP, do you remember the day something clicked and you started to question Islam? And what was it? I feel like Muslims these days are spiritually blind and everything goes over their heads. Yeah, was there like a day when I was like, something's not right here? Or was it just like slow, gradual?
It's difficult to look into the past and identify where it started, because it's like, you know how it is. There is a bias when you look back into your past. You remember things not the right way. You have kind of a bias that affects your thinking, your memories, and you perceive things differently from how you perceived them back then. But I often think that one of the most significant things was when I sat down and I decided to read the Quran in Turkish, and I read it, and certain things in there just seemed very, very absurd. And I was struggling to understand because my goal was not just to be like, oh, I should read the Quran and just, I don't care, about the meaning, just read it and finish it. No, I wanted to really sit down and understand it properly, the meaning of it, and analyze it. And there were many things that that made me think this sounds a little bit weird. And one of those things was just the description of the sky, the heaven, and the sun going to a certain place at night and coming back in the morning. things like those. It seemed like something was really off about how the Quran, supposedly the word, the unchanged perfect word of the Almighty Allah, how it describes the natural world around us, how it describes science, it was really, really wrong. And that sent me on a path of thinking, could it be that it's not really true? I don't know. But it took a long time. That process was a very, very long time. It was years that I questioned, read, looked up answers, wasn't satisfied with the answers, and so on. So it took forever. But that was definitely one of the main factors.
Hey, we have Islam Unraveled here spamming the same thing over and over again. David, I love how you never talk about Christians in Manipur. Lol. Is it because India is an ally of USA at the moment? Lol. Yeah, that's how I decide stuff. I decide who's allied with the US. No, Islam Unraveled. More like I don't study that. Don't know if you notice. I usually focus on the things that I deal with regularly. So, yeah, how things are going for Christians in India, China. You don't hear me talk about China. What, they're communists? Why don't you talk about Christians there? Because I'd have to actually study it, and it's probably better off with people who study that regularly to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like I believe if you try to do everything at once, you're going to do a crap job. So pick a couple things and deal with those. Now, quit whining about your little silly
China
theories.
China.
Saw Mohammed Hijab in a white tank top. Yeah, that was in response to you. White tank top, and realize that is the perfect shirt for a Muslim man since it's called a wife beater. Could rename it the 434. We should start to. Hey, we should have shirts, wife beaters, but they say 434 on them. That would be funny. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, that's powerful.
Oh no, I just did that thing with my eye. Now people will think I'm a clone or something. Did you ever see those videos of that there was this video of the singer Katy Perry? She was on stage and her eyelid kind of gets stuck like this, and then she tries to fix it. You're not even looking. She tries to fix it and kind of goes like this and then opens her eyelid and it shuts again, and she does this and opens it. And that went around. And it's still going around by people who are saying, look, something is wrong with her. Something is wrong with her. It looks like she's a clone. The globalists, they create celebrity clones and her eye malfunctioned and she fixed it by pushing a button.
Oh, yeah.
And the first moment that I saw that clip, I thought, what is wrong with people?
Yeah, that's like
to me.
Yeah, that's like one of the people. No, that would be like in my videos. I'd be talking like this. So guys, blah blah blah, and then like someone do a screenshot of me like this. Like, what do you mean by that, David? What signal are you doing by that? I've had people message me. Why did you move this book on your shelf from over here to over there? What are you trying to say? And it's like, guys, I am not trying to constantly send you signals. Oh boy. There's some nutty people online who are seeing things everywhere where there's nothing. You know, there are also people who take advantage of that, like Andrew Tate and his brother, when they sit with their hands like this and stuff like that on their laps. Oh, they know they've got all these douches who are like, oh, it's sending a signal to us. Oh, it's the signal and stuff. Like he knows he's got all these moron followers, and that by doing these things, they feel like they're part of some in group here. And it attaches them more to it. It's like, oh, we see this. He's giving the bat signal. Oh boy.
Make a timestamp of when he did this, and let's compare this to the other video where he does this. What's the timestamp there? Let's put these together.
From Sheikh Mike Wingeling, just posted a 50-hour dawah vid humiliating Kufr Wood and Murtad prostrate and showing your liars. Please watch if it's not a bother and you have free time. I love it. 50-hour dawah video. That sounds like something Sheikh Mike Wingeling would do. Fitting AP is sitting in the void. Typical atheist. You do kind of look like you're in the void there. Dark background.
I am.
Typical atheist. Mike Winger is a nerd, so he must be a prophet. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine a Mike Winger fan trying to argue that he's a prophet. Like, who? But look, he's a nerd. That must make him a true prophet. And they would actually argue like something like that, because that's how dumb his followers are.
I have been thinking of moving of putting a bookshelf behind me here, but a very small one. Just
Yeah, make a like super little tiny one,
yeah.
which is
Or
like three books
my
on
wife
it. 3 small books.
my wife came up with this good idea of putting a bookshelf behind me, and then just writing Wikipedia.
That's actually funny, dude. Because you don't want to actually do what everyone else does, but you want to make fun of it. You want to make fun of it, and that'd be perfect. That'd be a perfect perfect mockery of everyone.
And I thought I have this Kindle device from which I read stuff sometimes, and I thought maybe I could put a bookshelf up there and just put that device.
Yeah,
up there.
Kindle, and then a screenshot of Wikipedia, or yeah. Don't worry about Tate. I was in Romania. You can solve everything with bribes. My visa lapsed, but I resolved it with some help and fake prescription. Yeah, that's what Tate bragged about that. He said, I'm moving to Romania because anything that happens, I can just give them cash. Problem is, once everyone's paying attention, it's harder to deal with it, right? Like even people who accept bribes can't accept bribes when everyone's watching. So he's in a bit of a trickier situation. Derek Nelson, ejaculating upon one another. That's what Mo do. That's exactly what he did.
Yes.
He was covered in it. It's a shame that Alan couldn't hear Hijab's prayers because of the Mexicans in the 8th heaven being so loud. That's Finkelstein, right? Isn't that Finkelstein? That's a good connection. 5 silver pesos. That was a good connection.
That's very, very nice.
It's cool when people come up with the connections between completely unrelated jokes.
I forgot about that. But yeah, we went through that whole thing when Norman Finkelstein, it came out that he had these neighbors who were apparently being too loud, and he started obsessing over them and telling them, "Be quiet, stop making noise."
I can't take it. I can't take the maracas up there.
I observed that around this time on that day you were too loud. If you continue, I will call Child Protective Services.
Yeah, he's gonna get their kid taken away because they're making noise above him and so on. Like total. I mean, my goodness, if you don't like it, dude, move somewhere else or something like that. But hey, it's funny. It's funny tying that together. So Allah couldn't hear Muhammad Hijab's prayers. Why? How do you think the extreme fall in fertility rates will affect Islam? Thanks, guys. Well, the fertility rates in Islam, I mean, the birth rates in Islam are dropping as well, because birth rates tend to drop as things modernize. But Islam still has way higher birth rates than everyone else. So long term, yes, Islam's going to keep dropping. But in the meantime, everyone else's birth rates are still lower. So Islam does have an advantage as far as birth rates. So you have to learn plenty of stuff and make the avalanche continue until it has completely surpassed the higher birth rates. Ali Dawa voice. I'm smoking Mesopotamian. Oh, is this a rap? What is this? I'm smoking Mesopotamian Stanley Cup triple award-winning Soul Bleeder Tank Blaster JD Power Associates Dingleberry Zaza. What is that mess?
What?
What is the common one they'd understand? What is this? I don't know what this is about. What's the most common one they'd understand?
I agree.
Sorry, Eddie. I don't know what that's in reference to, because that was from earlier. Trajectory. Pedo plus tyrant plus murderer equals true. Yes. Absolutely. That's if we're concluding that it's true because of Muhammad's character, yeah. Traveling Israel recent short called A Question for Pro-Palestinian Muslims. I don't know how to post links, so just suggesting keywords. Got that, AP? We want to see what he said about that. So that might be something to review or get him on to discuss.
Yes.
I just debated a guy, and he insisted it was 2 + 2 + 2. Indeed. Debate of the. I think he's talking about the 2+2+2. I think he's talking about the days of creation. Now it says 2 and
Yeah.
4 and 2, but that's what they have to do. They have to say when it says 4, it really means 2 plus the original 2 or something like that, or it's talking about including the later 2. They have to do something with that. But notice that's the point. If the Quran is just perfectly clear and can't be improved upon or anything, well, that would be an easy little improvement there. Just say 2, 2, and 2.
Yeah, I heard that thing before that one of the 2s is actually included in the 4.
Yeah, you have to say that because other passages say 6.
Yeah,
and so it's just once again someone a follower of Muhammad has to say something way clearer than Muhammad did. In the beginning, Allah smoked the dingleberries. What is this? Hey, you're posting a lot of stuff about smoking stuff, man. I wonder what you're doing. We got one guy drinking and this guy smoking. We're probably pretty funny to watch if someone's all like 8 beers deep or blazing something.
Blazing.
David, I've watched dozens of your videos now and wanted to say thanks for sharing your knowledge on the problems with Islam. Guys, I know it thinks like we've passed the golden age of criticizing Islam, but no, the golden age is about to begin. Islam is fueled by jealousy. I think Mo was an insecure dude. That is a good point, right? Muhammad's like he's like screaming for
like this.
Attention and acknowledgement. He wants people to acknowledge him and so on. And Islam has just absorbed that as we want to be acknowledged as the religion of peace and the true religion and the final religion and this great religion. And people are like, dude, all you do is create problems wherever you go. Go away, just like your prophet.
Our religion is the most peaceful and most violent.
Yeah.
And most intolerant and most tolerant.
Little lamb ate the Quran. Shame, shame, shame.
Nice.
Up Grace here says, I am the first Muslim. Yes. Basically, anyone can claim to be the first Muslim because there's so many candidates according to the Quran. Kanye West is the first Muslim. Apostle Paul was the first Muslim.
Can you imagine how messed up it would be if Kanye West suddenly announced that he converts to Islam?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd be, kind of be funny, right? Back on the Apostle Paul being the first Muslim, lots of people don't know that the first couple hundred years of Muslims believed that the Apostle Paul was a Muslim follower of Jesus. Why? Because they're focusing on passages where Allah says he's going to protect the true followers of Jesus and make them uppermost. And well, Paul's one of the guys who became uppermost, and therefore he has Allah's stamp of approval. Problem is eventually Muslims had to blame someone for why Islam doesn't line up with Christianity, and they had to blame the Apostle Paul. Let's see. Christianity believes mankind is made in the image of God with a right and left arm. Therefore, if Allah has 2 right arms, Islam must be false. Yet I can only think of 2 passages where the Quran says something about man being created in God's image, and they have no clue what it means. Why Shia don't have funny hadith? Only found leather strap of the rear, not penis, and how to squeeze your penis 3 times to clean it. That's in Al-Kafi. I haven't paid. I've got Al-Kafi and so on. I've never gone looking for funny Shia hadiths like we have with the Sunni hadiths. I'm assuming they've got their share.
I've never actually sat down to read or to go through the Shia hadiths.
Yeah, I've got them. I've only done that to look up specific things at specific points. But yeah. How I found out who Ezra is. Ezra the priest was an important Jewish scribe and priest in the early Second Temple period. Yeah, no, Ezra's in the Bible. Ezra's in the Bible. We know who Ezra is. The issue is, on what planet was this guy ever the son of God, according to Jews, and someone Jews worship? Nowhere ever. And so just a huge error, just another huge error. But according to Mohammed Hijab, that's how you know that Islam is true, because of the amazing historical accuracy of the Quran. Mohammed Hijab sounds like it came from a racist random name generator. It does, doesn't it?
I often see comments like that to say, like on Twitter, somebody posted something about Mohammed Hijab, and then somebody in the comments was like, wow, if I wanted to come up with one of the most stereotypical Islamic names,
Yeah.
that would be it.
Yeah, you would. Aisha's goat says, "I'm the best at eating Quran. Prove me wrong. I'm the judge." Yeah, that's the point. You can't prove anything wrong if they set themselves up as the judge.
Yes.
But I have to say, I'm even better than Aisha's goat. I've eaten way more Quran pages over the years than Aisha's goat. Recent scholarship shows, 1, Greek was widely spoken in the first century Israel and Judea, and 2, Jesus spoke it in some of his teachings and interactions. It would have been pretty, after Alexander the Great, Greek was pretty standard.
It must have been.
Yeah, and if your area is controlled by the Romans, and the Romans are speaking Greek because that's the language that is spread, that's the common language of the time, and they're controlling you, you'd better know at least enough to follow their orders, because they're not going to take it too well if you don't. Thanks for clarifying. Oh, this is about the Surah 262, which we went through. Thanks for clarifying what I was already thinking with 262. Major contradiction. Yep.
Alhamdulillah.
What frames are you wearing? I have no idea. You mean my glasses frames? I have no idea. I got these years ago. Dust and dirty, different.
What color is your underwear?
Dust of the earth. Mm-hmm. Yes, dust and mud are different. 50 women per man. You see, that's why Muhammad said hell is mostly made of women.
You see, now it all makes sense.
That's funny. There's a Beach Boy song. 2 girls for every boy. The Muhammad version would be 50 girls for every boy. Didn't the Bible pass the challenge, at least by the standard of being a super influential and widespread religious text, even more than the Quran? As far as Muhammad hijabs, yeah, the criteria he was laying out are not even serious things. He doesn't believe those. He just believes it's his job to put on a good show for people to try and help deal with the avalanche of apostasy until maybe Islam can take over some areas and silence people through violence.
And that rhymes.
Yeah, silence is violence. That's why it rhymes. Mo predicted his marriage with his own daughter-in-law, and Allah made it happen. For me, that is the greatest proof of Islam. No one can refute this. We should make a list of arguments like that. Hey, Allah, when Muhammad saw this girl almost naked, Allah revealed to him that he would marry her, and then it happened. You see? But that's an actually better example of a fulfilled prophecy than all these other ones that they use.
I don't know. My favorite argument for the truth of Islam and the truth of Muhammad is that he had the sexual strength of 30 men.
Dude, we need to make a list of all these things and make a serious case where you're shake your booty or shake your booty defend. You need shake your booty defends Islam and starts using some of these arguments.
Yes.
So call him or check with him next time you see him. The greatest deceiver, yeah, that's Allah, according to the Quran, and the father of lies equals Satan. Yeah, in the Bible. Yeah. They sound very similar.
You see, this is the proof.
Isn't the testimony of 2 Allahs equal to that of 1 Muhammad? They answered, yes. This is because of the deficiency of Allah's intellect. Powerful. And guys, if you don't know where that's from, that's the hadith where he talks about the testimony of a woman, and they just replace that with
Muhammad says, women are stupid. That's what Muhammad says.
As a Jew, I'm insulted at the obscene stupidity of all this. I now see that Islam is nothing more than a con and a death cult that has shamelessly wrapped itself in my appropriated tradition. Simple aggression, brutality, no principle. Muslims dare say their final word. Yeah.
This is literally gen.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just amazing that it is weird. Muhammad craved recognition from everyone else, and then the Jews are going to recognize me, and then they didn't, and I will destroy the Jews, and then but the Christians will recognize me, and then they didn't. I will destroy the Christians. And you look at the world and look at his followers. It's just this massive desire for recognition as being the superior people and being the most important people and having the most important book and the final revelation, the greatest prophet and everything. And do something that actually benefits the world. Then come tell us about how helpful your religion is. But just going around, hey, we're going to destroy Jews. We're going to get all the Jews. You see, it doesn't make us want anything to do. It doesn't fill us with any respect for your religion. Let me put it that way to all our Muslim friends out there. This chat is totally unhinged. Get mods, lol. Oh yeah, I should probably have some moderators. I think I've got one or two or something like that. Problem is, I'm going to have to go through and look and find people that have been around for a while. Because normally I'm like, how do I know I can trust this person to make a moderator? How do I know he's not going to go completely insane after I give him this power? He's going to ban everybody. Sid Dave says, I once asked a Muslim if he was alive during Muhammad's time, would he have tried to stop Muhammad's marriage with Aisha? And he said he would not. Imagine that. Of course he would. How are you going to stop the prophet? Hijab. We love children more than you love women. I'm stealing that one. Screenshotting that one.
That's based on him saying, we love death more than you love life.
We love children more than you love women. Connor says, hi, David. People like Hijab that see all the problems in Islam. Why does he stay? He knows deep down it's fake and nonsense. So what is he doing? There is something weird going on. Like, I think they still believe it. Maybe it kind of makes sense to him about how it works. The point is, all these Dawa guys believe that they can lie for their religion. So you think, well, I know he knows what he's saying. Same thing with the Muslim scholar saying perfect preservation right down to the letter. I think it's like they believe something like, so with that as an example, the Muslim scholars who are saying perfect preservation, they're lying. Does that mean they don't really believe the religion? No, they believe that it's this difficult to comprehend issue that they haven't figured out how the Quran is preserved, but they don't believe your average Muslim would not understand it, and he would be misled by not understanding the thing, and therefore you have to pretend that it makes sense and you've solved this issue, and in order to keep that person in Islam, because they don't have the higher level thinking on these issues that, where we're going to have to keep working on this for a long time before we've got this figured out. You can't acknowledge that to your average Muslim. So you give them false confidence and so on until you, as a Muslim leader, figured it out. I think it's probably something like that going on with him.
No, it's the proof. It's a miracle.
Ali D and Hijab don't last long. Ooh, we know. Oopsie, that's from GoatHub. For Mr. Cranges here, gents, when is the next trip to Israel? I'm actually scheduled to go in December unless something changes, because I was scheduled to go a while ago before the war and stuff. I
so badly want to go back. Yeah.
I like Israel. I was telling people out there, I wouldn't mind going there like a few times a year for life, because there's so much stuff to see. You can't touch the stuff. We were there for like 9 days or whatever. We didn't come close. We didn't come close to seeing all the stuff we want to see, talking to the people we want to talk to and stuff like that. So
I loved it there, and I felt like I was at home. I felt like it's not an unfamiliar place. Like I had been there before, or like I've lived there my whole life. That's how I felt there. I felt very uncomfortable. Very comfortable, not uncomfortable. I felt very comfortable there, and I don't know what that is about.
Yeah. Mo is like a Morton Joe from Mad Max Fury Road. Yeah, no, he's exactly like that, and that's why I like the movie. It's like, he's promising his followers Valhalla and so on if they just mindlessly serve him and so on, and all he's about is like getting more and more women and stuff like that. So yeah, perfect example. It would not surprise me if that character is actually loosely based on Muhammad. Also, David, that cup you've got there is massive. Yeah, that's true. You can and will feel better. God bless. Oh, to Milton. Yeah, that's good. Mike Winger being a T-1000 makes so much sense if you think about the fact that he is like a Terminator when it comes to nerdiness, yeah, and that there is no way any normal human could be that nerdy. He is clearly faking it to fit in. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so that's the best defense of viewing Mike Winger as a T-1000. Wingnuts assemble. It's wingalings. Wingaling in the dingaling, wingalinging their dingalings upon one another. That's what they do. Late, but AP, people had figured out the fact that Earth was a sphere and calculated within a very small margin of error its circumference nearly 1,000 years before our educated Muhammad's time. Yeah, I remember. I forget. Gosh,
No.
what was that dude's name? He calculated based on the wells. He found out there was a well where at one point on one particular day of the year, the sun is exactly above the well and the light shone all the way down to the bottom of the well. So he said, okay, well, I'm going to go to this different city that's far south and I'm going to calculate the angle of the sunlight in that well. And yeah, he was off by like a couple percent or something like that. And the only reason was he thought the other city was totally south, and it wasn't. It was off a little bit. It wasn't directly south, but he still very, very came very, very close. So yeah, and he must be a prophet.
Yeah,
Must,
yeah. The thing is, the culture that Muhammad was in was, as it seems, very detached from from what people understood and how people knew the natural world around them to be. And according to the early reports of Muhammad and his companions, they believed in really absurd things, like that the world is behind, that the earth is carried on the back of a whale, and that's why it sometimes shakes, and that the mountains were placed on it to prevent it from shaking. Somehow, I don't know how that works. That the sun actually goes somewhere. So this is a very ignorant environment, a very ignorant people, among whom Muhammad then comes and reflects all of these very ignorant things, while other cultures around this deep desert in Arabia already understand the world around them much better. And this is what Islam is born from. That's why it's so ignorant.
Indeed. Human lives are more important than human beliefs. Not according to Mohammed Hijab. According to Mohammed Hijab, preserving life is important, but preserving Islam is more important. That's a direct quote from him. Urinating broom. Please congratulate Mo Hijab for giving the whole presentation without screaming or mentioning obscenities, bodily excrements, fetishes, etc. Matter of fact, that's true. He did give his little defense of Islam without urinating upon one another. Golden showers. Ooh, let me suck your wife's tit. Oh. Hey, critics, deep down, they want to be raped. Yeah, it's amazing. He has actually, that's actually progress. He was actually, I didn't even notice that.
The only disrespectful thing that he said was that the author of the Bible needs to go back to school.
Yeah.
Aside from that, he didn't challenge the author of the Bible to a fist fight or something. So
it is fun. It is just funny that Allah is the author of the Bible according to the Quran. It's so funny. It's so funny.
Well, author of the Bible, why don't you come and fight me?
Islam, Hinduism, and Judaism are all waiting for the Antichrist who will betray them. Mike Winger and D. Wood team up would be amazing. That is something that will never, ever happen. I always use the example when people, why are you with an atheist? I'll say,
Mike Winger next week.
What's that?
I'm going live with Mike Winger next week.
Are you? No. Come on. It never happened. He wouldn't do it.
He'd be like, I can't have AP on. He's an atheist.
But no, seriously, like when people ask, I always use that burning building example. Like,
Hey, you can't associate with an.
okay, if we were in a burning building, would I be able to associate with that person and work together? Or so you're trying to like give an example. Okay, would it be okay there? Okay, what about this situation over here? I have to say though, if I were in a burning building with Mike Winger and the only way I could get out was to team up with Mike Winger, I would burn. So let me be clear. Be clear about that. They may be the first Muslim, but we were the Muslims first. They're on GoDub because they submit. If Dawah is this bad now, what do you expect it to be like in 5 or 10 years? It seems like it keeps getting worse, but Muslims are too blind to realize. Yeah, I've pointed that out. Like, you go back to like Zakir Naik's Dawah. Because of the scientific miracles, it was all dumb. But that was like, we're the ones who get to bang kids. Join us so we can bang kids. And it's like, what the heck is wrong with you people, right? So like, how bad is it going to be 5 or 10 years? Guys, we're putting them in this position by exposing all their arguments. We're putting them in positions where they have to get more and more vague and use more and more just complete nonsense and so on. So keep at it, ladies and gentlemen.
In Islam, worse is better, so that's a good thing.
Wingalings, we know all about those. Someone got to love those nerds. No one loves the wingalings. No one. If Dawa is this bad, oh wait, did I already do that? Did that get posted twice? Oh, he posted it twice. Posted it twice, but we will not read it twice. Heavy Hearts. I always wonder what false teachers are up to with all that moolah. Probably nothing good. No, what do you think? They're like helping everyone else with their. We need merch. Screaming Goat and wife beaters at least. I'll mod for you. We do have some merch. Oh, I'm actually going to have some here pretty soon. I have some really powerful
that's
stuff.
a good idea. White wife beers with 434. That's
Hey,
very
we
good.
had to stay extra long, but we actually got through all these. I finished when we finished going through the Mohammed Hijab section. I saw this. There was a bunch of super chats. I was like, we'll never get through these, but we have. Here we are. Last two. The Quran predicted Spock would transfer his Katra to McCoy after saving the Enterprise. Allah made Khan think he was gone, but he wasn't. It proves Islam.
Ooh, nice.
That was actually Star Trek, the movie, parts 2 and 3. Yes. Spock died at the end of part 2, transferred his consciousness to McCoy, and they brought him back for part 3. But
Nerd.
Leonard Nimoy actually wanted his character to die off, and that's the only reason he came back for part 2. But then they brought him back for part 3.
This is the nerdiest thing I've heard in my entire life.
I'm just saying, he said it's proof that Islam is true, so I have to address it.
But why do you know this?
Huh?
How do you know all this?
I learn all this stuff so I can make fun of the freaking nerds who say this stuff. What? If you want to make fun of people accurately, you got to learn their nerd stuff.
Look, it's like just like a Star Trek part 2 with the Wrath of Khan.
You got to know what they're talking about if you want to make fun of them.
Good point. Fair point.
No, I told you that was from the movie The Other Guys, where he would actually learned ballet to make fun of ballet guys, and he went and took classes on art so he could make fun of people who are interested in art. This is like seriously funny. If you could both go back in time and meet one historical Muslim figure and one historical Christian figure, who would they be and why? It's actually a good question for
the initial figures, or does this include or exclude the main figures?
Yeah, no Jesus, no Muhammad. You got to pick someone else. I mean, Muhammad would be a Muslim figure, but we're just going to rule them out. I'm just making that a rule.
I would like to meet Muhammad just to kind of mess with him. But yeah, if we leave that out, you go first.
As far as a Christian figure, you got to go with the Apostle Paul. Just super cool, super dope. But there were other people. There were other people like even who wrote things at one point, and the works just didn't survive. Like Papias. Papias like would take notes on like some of them were like from the apostles and stuff like this. As people are traveling or people are going out from them or something like that, Papias is actually taking notes on what's going on and stuff. And his writings survived for a while because people quoted them. It's very interesting stuff, but we don't have the writings anymore. So it'd be interesting to find out what people like, stuff from people like that. But yeah, any of the first century Christians, especially the apostles, would have been super cool. As far as Muslims, Aisha. I'd go with Aisha. I'd have some questions. I'd have some questions for Aisha. Any thoughts, AP?
That's a very funny point. Honestly, I have no idea.
No, seriously. If I had to pick one Muslim who wasn't Muhammad to have a discussion with, I'd want to talk to Aisha. Have some questions for her about Muhammad.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let AP, since he's taking a long time and can't figure out an answer. David Wood says him and Mike Winger would burn. You see, that proves that Islam is true because he knows that Christians are going to hell. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, that's a powerful point. And why is the next Zakir Naik here? I hereby challenge you to a game of Space Invaders. You'll be humiliated. Dude, Space Invaders was like before your grandparents was born, you little 4-year-old. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, been a long, long night exposing Mohammed Hijab's dumb, sad, pathetic arguments. We were going to go into the Muslim Cowboy. I'm assuming we want to hold off on the Muslim Cowboy to another day or two. AP?
Yes,
AP?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we'll hold that off. I have that ready whenever we need it. All right, guys, we've been going almost 5 hours, so we've been going 4.5 hours now. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it off. Everyone. Tying together some of the things that we're just talking about as far as Islam getting desperate and using really, really bad stuff, and Mohammed Hijab going on there and just having to spout complete nonsense in order to appeal to remaining ignorant people. Guys, what we're trying to do is make it so that everyone is informed, because who would fall for this stuff if they were properly informed? They wouldn't believe any of this stuff. So the antidote to dawah is information, accurate information. So that comes down to us. Your average Muslim is not going to get reliable information from their dawah guys, from their scholars, anyone. They have to get it from us. So I'll say it again, learn something, learn it well, and go out and spread it everywhere. That's all you have to do. Any last thoughts, AP?
Yeah, I think one of the people that I would like to meet most from Christian figures would be one of the apostles. I don't know, Peter.
That's a good answer. That's an acceptable answer. What about the Muslims?
Or I would say one of the influential John of Damascus, or even Augustine.
He's
Or
pretty cool.
when it comes to Muslims, the one that I would actually like to meet is the first Caliph, Abu Bakr, because I have a lot of questions.
I
Like,
do
what
as well.
happened?
But
What
I'll be,
happened? How did you become Caliph? What exactly did Muhammad tell you all this time? And why in the world did you give your little daughter to Muhammad?
yeah, so AP would be asking Abu Bakr and I would be asking his daughter. So that's who
Yes.
we'd be talking to. We'd have a good old conversation. All right, everyone.
Yeah.
Tyson Fury versus Usyk tomorrow. That will be live on AP's channel. Until then, we'll close out
Stick.
with a song. Again, guys, I can't emphasize enough. Learn a source, learn a verse, learn a hadith, screenshot it, mark it up, use it, share it everywhere, put it all over the place. We can all do this. All right. In the meantime, we'll close out with a song.
Enjoy the tennis match tomorrow with Usyk and the other guy.
You're sick. Hijab. Hey, Hijab, who do you want to win? You're sick. Oh, okay. All right, catch y'all later.
Gonna follow no child molester, sex offender, private pretender.
Yeah, Hijab.
Ain't gonna follow no child molester.
Islam's not for me.
But his character.
Islam's not for me.
But he's right about history.
Islam's
Not for me.
He said one God.